on the very last page. Page 7. You remember way back when Chris West was coming and married the little old girl that carried me? You know, she was there at the house one night and the dogs were barking on the porch inside. She opens the door and that skunk runs in the house in his closet. Right. They like never got that out. Oh hell. Uh-huh. You bet. All right. Yeah. All right, everybody on the inside, come on in, get a good seat, let's go. Andy, would you turn it up, please, sir? All right, everybody on the inside, well, we got started. Okay, Red Angus Bull. 163 nine four $3 four nine four nine four nine four money four 63 4 5 64 now $5 $7 $7 $8 $68 168 167 Lone Star 167. 115, 116, $116 on the money, $16, 115, 116, 115, 16, $15, 16, 16, 16, 115, Marty, number 99, Marty 99. Yeah, you want? Big one. 168.99, $8.9, money 9, $8, $9.70, 171, $1 day, 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, 2, 3, now 3, now 3, now 3, 172 Lone Star 1. All right, came from down Merson. 168 out of on. Clay Whitley from Murchison. 116 out of one. On the money now one. Hit it $1.1. Hit it $1.1. Two. Hit it $1.2. Now four. Now 62 4. $2.4.46. $6 $8. $8. 71 71. Hit it $1.1 2. 2 2 3 3. 2 now 3 4. 5. 176. $6 7. $7 7. $8 $8. $9 9. 79 80. 80 1. 2 3 4 5. 85 84 9 5 5 5 5 6. 86 8 88 88 187 show number 100. Get him tested if you can. 7 here, 170 now one. One. On the money, 1 2 3 4 5 75 $6 $7 $8 $8 78 78 177 Lone Star 1. Let's have it hand. 130 now one. Able to $1.1 now one. 130 now one. Able to $1 money. 131 31 31 31 31. 130 Marty number 18. 8 Marty 8. Marty 8. Okay, Packers on. It happened at $177 $8 $77 $8 on Monday $9 80 1 83 823 82 83 182 Lone Star 1. Same way. Wait the cow. 130 now one. 130 now one. Able to 130 now one. 130 now money one. Able to 1 able to 130 Marty number 8. Marty 8. Packers are a feedlot. Packers are a feedlot. Haven't had 180 now 2. Packers are a feedlot. 182 on money $2 2. 182. 180 now 2. $2 now 282. 180 Marty number 44. It's happening. 135 $36. 135 $36. $6 money 6. 135 136. $136. $6. 135 Marty number 7. Whoa. A little bit rough. Yeah. Seven. 90 $1. 90 he would $1 90 now one. On the money now one. $90 now one. 91 91 91 he would $1 91 91 91 $90 Marty number 7.
Seven hand, 133, now four. 133, now four, now four, now four, now four, now four, now four, now three, money four. 134, 34, 34, 34, 34, 34, 133, Marty 25. You're getting all the feed. It's seven hand, 125, $26, 125, $126, $6, $6, 25, 26, 125, money, $6, $6, $6, $6, 125, Marty 13, Marty 13, $90, one, even to one, $90, now one, $90, now one, even to one, money one, 91, 91, 91, 91, 91, $90, Marty, number 8. It's $95, $96, $95, $96, $6, $95, $96, $95, 6, 7, 97, 96, 7, 97, not a 7, not a 7, not a 7, not a 7, 97, 97, 97, 96, Brian Hoffman, 5. What's your... Whoa. Whoa. $130 now one. $130, even to one, even to one, 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 even to $130 now one. $130 one, even to one, 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 even to one. $135, $36, $6, 35, now $6. $135, $136, money, $6, $6, 135, $36, $6, 36, $135. Tom, 1. It's happening. 190 now on. 190 now on. Money one. Neighbor one, two, 3, 8, 2, 3, 4, 5, 85, 86, 86, 87, 87, 87, 8, 88, 9, 89, 88, 9, 90, 90, 90, 190, 190, 190, 189, Lone Star 1. It's happening. $2 down two. 202, 202, 202, $2 down two. $2 with big two. $2 with a bit of $2 down two. $2 now two. $2 two. 170 now two. 172 money two. $2 with a bit of $2. 172. 170 Tom 5. Watch him, Gilbert. It happened at $175, $76, $175, money six, seven, eight, $9, 81, 81, 82, 83, 82, 3, 4, 5, 85, 86, 87, 87, 8, 88, 9, 89, 90, 90, 90, 190, 190, 190, 189, Lone Star 1. Seven hand, 122, now 3, 122, now 3, 3, 22, now 3, 122, now 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 4, 3, 4, 4, 9, 4, 9, 4, 9, 4, 9, 5, 5, 5, 5, 6, 127, 7, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 127, lady number 81, lady 18, lady 18. One 33 now 4, 133 on 3, 4, 133 money 4, 133 now 4, 33 now 4, now 4, now 4, now 4, now 4, now 4, 134, 34, 34, 34, 34, 133, Marty 25, Marty 25. It happened at 135, $36, 35, $36, $135, $36, 5, 6, 7, 35, $36, $135, $36, 6, 25, 26, $125, money 6, 7, 7, $8, $8, $9, $9, 28, 9, 30, 30, 31, 131, 2, 31, now 2, now 2, now 2, now 2, now 2, now 2, 131, Marty 25. Up there's having a hand, 240 now, 250 now, 250 now, $252, 2, Big Bull Yearling, 250 now, 252 now, 2, but $2. $9.95. 258 now money, 250 now, 252, 252, 250. Nolan 29, Nolan 29. 175, 77, 175, 97, not a 7, not a 7, 87, 9, 81, 83, 85, 85, 185, 87, 87, 9, 89, 91, 91, 93, 35, 95, 97, 97, 199, 99, 201, 201, 201, 201, 201, 3, 235, 7, 7, 207, 205, show number 8, 205, show 8. $85 at $6, $85 at $6, 85 on the money now $6, $85 at $6, 85 at $6, 85 at $6, 85. Okay, could be a cripple or two. 85, 86, 7, 8, 9, 90. 90, 90, 90, 91, 82, 81, day, 3, 92, now 3, 33, 32, now 3, 92, 34, 94, 94, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 98, 98, 99, 99, dollar, 1, 1, 2, 1, 0, 2, 3, 102, 3, 3, now 3, now 3, now 3, 102, A, 102, the letter A. 185, 86, 85, 86, 85, 96, 85, 86, 7, 87, 88, 89, 89, 90, 90, 90, 190, 190, 190, 189, Lone Star 1. Okay, beef spread cows off this deal later. Got 13 head here. 117, 18, $117, $18, 118, 19, 21, 2, 23, 4, 4, 5, 126, $6, 5 now, $6, 125, 126, 125, 26, $6, 125, $6, $6, 25, 26, 126, 26, 126, 125, Russell, number 8, Russell 8 on 13 head. $139 $130, but the $2 money to $139 $2 with the $2 32 19 19 now 4 now 4 now 4 now 6 34 36 36 36 36 36 36 36 134 Tom 1. It happened. It had been $1 down one. $1 down $1. On money 1 2 with a 2 3. 102 now 3. 102 3. 33 33 with a 3. 102 Marty 8. It happened in 133, now 4, 133, now 4, now 4, 184, 133, 4, 5, 35, 36, 36, 135, 36, 136, not a 6, not a 6, not a 6, not a 6, 135, Lone Star. It's happening 136, 7, not a bit of 7, not a 7, money 7, 8, 38, 39, $40, bit of 141, bit of 1, 2, 42, 3, 42, now 3, now 4, now 4, now 4, 144, 143, Lone Star. It happened at $28.9, $128.9, 128, money 9, 31, 31, 31, 2, 2, 2, 2, 33, 3, 32, 3, 4, 34, 34, 34, 34, 34, 34, 133, show 99. Oh, there's happening $1 now one, $100 on the money now one, $100 now one, even $1 one, even $1 $1 Marty 8, Marty 8, Marty 8. Happening here. $50 one, $50 now one, even $1 one. $50 1 2 52 52 with a bit of 2 3 with a bit of more 54 54 54 55 67 8 $8 58 58 9 59 $60 with a bit of 60 $60 $59 fry 2 59 fry 2 marked at the ranch. $1 60 now 2 4 6 8 72 4 6 78 82 84 86 88 92 $4 94 $94 $94 192 D&D 99. Happening $105 $6 105 now 6 of it in money 6 with $5 $6 105 $6 with $5 6 6 6 with $6 105 Marty 8. Celebrate steer. 8, 305, 307, 305, 307, 307, 9, 9, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, better 319, 319, 21, 23, better 5, better 7, better 7, 9, 329, 329, 31, 331, 331, 31, 31, 31, 31, 329, capital number 35. The spotted steer. It happened at 290 now two. 290 but debate $2 on the money two. 290 now two. 2244 94 96. 298 98 $3 $3 two. 302 4 304 44 304 304 304 302 Troy number 6 Troy 6 $3 now two. 302 22 with a bit $2 $2 302 302 22 with a bit of money two with a bit of 302 302 302 302 302 $3 capital number 45. Tell a spotted heifer, 260 now two, 22 with about money, $2 day, 216 now two, $2, $2, $2, $2, $2, $2, $2, 260 Troy 1, 7 him. Sell big one, 330 now 5. On money 545 at a 345 55, 355 65 at a 65, 70 at a 5 at a 80 at a 5 at a 90 at a 5 at a $4 at a $4 4 5 10 10 10 15 20 at a 420 420 420 415 H31 350 now 5, 350 now 5, money 5 at 350 now 5, 360 at 5 at 75 at 80 at 5 at 385, 385, 85, 85, 85, 85, 380 Russell 3. Sell the bull, sell the bull. Sell the bull, 7.5, 145, 47, 145, 147, 7, not a bit of 45, 47. Sell the bull, 145, 147, 145, 147, 97, 47, 47, 47, 145, Tom 5, Tom 5. African, 7.5, 145, 47, 9, 151, 53, 55, 57, 57, 159, 61, 3, 5, 165, 165, 5, 7, 7, 9, 9, 9, 9, 169, 167, Harris. It's happening at 270 now 5, 270 on the money now 5, 5, 5, 270 now 5. Got the money now 5, 275, 270 D&D 5, 3. Sell the bull, sell the bull, sell the heifer. Sell the heifer. $2.40 now 2.5. 240 2.5 5. 247 half. 250 now 2.5 7 half. $60 2.5 bit 2.5. 260 2.5 5. 5 7 half 7 half 7 half 7 half. 267 half. 265 H71. Sell the bull, 7 260 now 2.5, now 5, 2.5, now 5, 2.5, 5, 5, sell the bull, 265, 7 half, 7 half, 70, 2.5, now 5, now 7 half, 80, 80, 2.5, 5, 85, 2.5, 2.5, 282 and a half, Nolan 26. Sell a black steers, 7.5, 130 now two, $130, $2, black one, 130 now two, 132 4, 32 now 4, now 4, now 4, now 6, 38, 38, 40, 2, 42, 42, 42, 140 Harris. Sell a heifer. 8 half and a half, 125, choice half and a half, 125, money's half and a half, selling a spotted heifer, 25, 20, half and a half, money's down, half and a half, 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 125, Tom 1. Tom 1. Two 12 and a half, 210, 212 and a half, 210, 212 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 210, 212 and a half, on the money, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 215, 17 and a half, 20, we better 222 and a half, 27 and a half, 30, but a bit 2 and a half, but a bit 230, 2 and a half, 230, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half. How many if you want them? 230, now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 230, Troy 9. He wants them. Troy 9. Sell a heifer, red heifer. 216 now 5, 216 now 5, 216 now 5, red heifer, 216 now 5, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 260, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 70, 2 and a half, 5, 75, 7 and a half, 80, 280, 2 and a half, 5, 85, 87 and a half, 90, 290, 2 and a half, 5, 95, 97 and a half, $3, $3, 297 and a half, EC 47. Okay, little pink finder's back. Not bad. 250 now 5. 250 on the money now 5. 255. 65. 70. 270. 265. 70. 70. 70. 70. 265. Fry 5. 265. Fry 5. $2.90 now 5, $2.90 now 5, buy the scale 5, now $3, 5, 305, 10, 15, 25, 30, 5, 335, 330 now 5, 5, 35, 35, 35, 330, Brian Hoffman. Okay, leg him over there. 180 now 5, 180 now 590, 5, and then 195 now $2 now 5 now 10 now 15, 215, 215, 20, 220, 220, 225, 225, 30 now 5, 235, 40, 240, 240, 245, 245, 250, 255, 255, 265, 70, 275, 80, 85, 285, 90, 5, 95, 95, $3, $3, 5, 305, 10, 310, 15, 15, 15, 20, 20, 315, the letter A. Over there, 290 now 5, 290 now 5, 295 now $3, $3, 295 now $3, now 5, but a 10, but a $10, 10, 305, 10, 10, 10, 10, but a 10, 305, Brian Hoffman. Heaven hand 150 now 5, 150 now 5, 60, 165, 75, 80, 5, 90, 195, 95, $2, $2, 5, 205, 205, 10, 210, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 210, 210, 205 Harris, 205 Harris. Shellhorn Bull, Charlotte, 180 now 5, 180 now 5, 180 5, 85, 180 now 5, 160 now 5. On the money 5, 70, 175, 180, 185, 190, 195, 195, 195, 190, Tom 5, Tom 5. 7 here, 350 now 5, 350 on the money now 5, 65, 75, 80, 85, 90, 395, $4, $4, 395, Troy 4. Tell a black heifer, 7 here, 305, 310, 35, 10, 15, 320, now 5, now 30, now 5, 40, 45, 50, 355, 355, 360, 5, 70, 375, 75, 370, EC 44. Okay. Charlotte, he brought 190. Tom and Harris, I think. 330, now 5, 330, now 5, 330, almighty 5, 5, 5, 335, 335, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 330, Troy 11. Two bulls, two bulls, two bulls, two bulls. It's happening at 320, now 5, 320, now 5, 320, now 5, 320, now 5, 25, 30, 330, 30, 25, 30, 35, 335, 43, 40, now 5, 50, 50, 50, 353, 50, 345, H 38. Cabin had 280, now 5, 280, 55, 280, now 5, and 280, now 5, 285, 285, 285, 85, money 5, and 285, 285, 285, 90, 290, now 5, but $3, but $3, 5, 305, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 315, 15, 15, 15, 15, 310, East, Wilford Welding, Wilford Welding. Tell the big one. Black Bull. Cabinet 280, now 2.5, money, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 80, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 280, Nolan 56, Nolan 56. Tell black one, black one, black one, $3, 10, 12 and a half. On the money, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 79, 20, but 2 and a half, 25, 25, 25, 27 and a half, 3, 27 and a half, 30, 330, but a bit of 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 330, 327 and a half, EC 551, $3, now 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 302 and a 5, 7, 8, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, but a bit of 2 and a half, but a bit of 5, but a bit of 27 and a half, 30, but a bit of 2 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 40, 2 and a half, but a bit of 5, but a bit of 45, 345, 342 and a half, Brian Hoffman. It's haven't had. We got 250 now 5, 250 now 5, 250 2 and a half, 250 2 and a half, 250 now 2 and a half, 250 now 2 and a half, 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 250 now 2 and a half, 250 now 2 and a half, 230 now 2 and a half, 230 2 and a half, 230 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 230 2 and a half, 232 and a half. Red Bull. I guess beef masters, aren't they? 250 now 2 and a half, 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 250 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 2 and a half, 240 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 2 and a half. Got 12 head altogether. 280, not 2 and a half, 280, 2 and a half, money, 2 and a half, 5, 85, 7 and a half, but 90, but 2 and a half, but 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 97 and a half, 7 and a half, $3, $3, 2 and a half, but 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 5, 5, 7 and a half, 3, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 10, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 3, 12 and a half, 15, but 15, 15, 15, 15, 3, 15, 3, 12 and a half, Troy 1. Okay, T-Bag, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 15, 17, 22 and a half, but a 5, but a 27 and a half, 32 and a half, but a 5, but a 37 and a half, but a 40, but a 2 and a half, but a 5, 47 and a half, but a 53, 53, 53, 53, 53, 47 and a half, Troy 3, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, now 40, but a 40, 340, but a 5, but a 50, but a 5, but a 65, but a 70, 375, 80, 80, but a 380, but a 80, 375, EC 36, EC 36. All right, boys, I had a 7-way shot and multi-man. 7 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, money, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, but a 79, but a 79, 315, 79, 79, 79, 315, D&D 60. Yeah, big slick one there. 330, now 5, 330, now 5, money 5, 40, but a 5, but a 45, 345, 345, 50, 350, now 5, 355, 65, but a 70, 5, but a 80, but a 5, but a 90, but a 5, but a 95, 390, D&D, number 30, 35, D&D 35, D&D 35, 7 370, now 5, 370, money 5, but a 370, now 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 50, but a 75, 80, 80, but a 380, 85, 85, 90, but a 90, but a 90, 390, 5, but a 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 390, Troy 3, Troy 4, Troy 4, Troy 4, Troy 4, 320, now 2 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, 7 and a half, 30, but a 2 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 40, 2 and a half, but a 5, but a 7 and a half, 50, 350, 2 and a half, 357 and a half, 60, 2 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, 370, 2 and a half, 7 and a half, 80, but a 2 and a half, but a 5, 87 and 90, 2 and a half, 95, 97 and a half, $4, 2 and a half, 5, 47 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, but a 2 and a half, but a 5, 427 and a half, 30, 2 and a half, but a 5, but a 7 and a half, but a 437 and a half, 437 and a half, 435. D&D number 20. All right, $7 and a half, $3, now 2 and a half, 302 and a half, $3, now 2 and a money, 2 and a half, 305, 37 and a half, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 7 and a half, 20, 320, 20, 2 and a half, 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 320, Troy 1, Troy 1, Troy 1. So you got a pretty good right here. You like them, steer kind. 7 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, money, 12 and a half, 15, but a 15, 70 and a half, 317 and a half, 315, 70 and a half, 720, but a 320, 2 and a half, 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 320, Troy 24. Seven and a half, $3, 20, 2 and a half, 320 on the money, 2 and a half, but a 7 and a half, but a 30, but a 330, 2 and a half, but a 2 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, but a 40, but a 40, 2 and a half, but a 45, but a 45, 7 and a half, 347 and a half, 347 and a half, 347 and a half, 345, Troy 6. Every kind, 7 and a half, 280, now 2 and a half, 280, 2 and a half, 5, 85, 85, 285, 85, 85, 85, 7 and a half, 290, 2 and a half, but a 95, 97 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, but a 5, 37 and a half, 10, but a 12 and a half, but a 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 310, D&D 26. Hey, 7 and a half, 270, now 2 and a half, 270, now 2 and a half, 270, now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2, money, 2 and a half, 75, 75, 7 and a half, 280, but 2 and a half, but 280, 2 and a half, 5, 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 90, 290, 2 and a half, 90, 2 and a half, 290, but 5, 95, 95, 295, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 290, 2 and a half, Troy 26. That's that way shot. 290 now, 2.5, 290, but debate 2.5. 290 now, 2.5, 290 on 2.5, 290, 2.5, 290, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, but debate 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 290, but debate 2.5, but 2.5, but debate 2.5, 2.5, 290. On the money now, 2.5, 290, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 290. Capital number 31. Oh, there's Sears. It's $7.5, $3 now, 2.5, 3 oh, 2.5, $3 now, 2.5, $3 now, 2.5. Money, 2.5, $3 now, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 305, 305, 305, 305, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 307.5, 307.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 305. Capital 31. $2.95, not 7.5, $2.95, not 7.5, $3, $3, $3, $3, $2.5, 302.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 305, 305, 305, 305, 7.5, 307.5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 310, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 310, capital 31. What you, Mandy? All right, boys. Had a subway shot from down the El Dorado. Pretty nice set right here. 3 to 10, 12.5, 310, 3, 12.5, 15, 17.5, 20, but a bit of 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 5, but a 25, 25, 2.5, now 5, but a 325, 7.5, 327.5, 327.5, 327.5, 327.5, 325, Troy 24. 7.5, $3, 10, 12.5, 310, 312.5, money 12.5, 15, 17.5, 320, 2.5, 5, 7.5, but 330, but 2.5, 35, 37.5, 40, but 340, 340, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 5, but 45, 45, 7.5, 347.5, 50, 350, 350, 347.5, Cliffy number 4. It's 7.5, 330, now 2.5, 330, now 2 money, 2.5, 535, 37.5, at 40, with a bit of 340, 2.5, 340, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 340, 7.5, 50, 350, 2.5, 55, at 5, 355, 355, 355, 350, 2.5, Troy 5. Sell one big one, 270, now 2.5, 270, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 2.5, watch you a little bit, Andy. 270, not 2.5 money, 2.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 280, 80, but 80, but 80, but 2.9, but 2.5, 5, 87.5, 287.5, 290, 90, 90, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 290, capital 31, capital 31, $3.50, now 5, 350, now 5, money 5, 60, but 5, but 75, but 80, but 5, 85, 90, 395, $4, but $4, 395, $4, 395, Troy 4. Braden. Okay, Wayne, 30 to 45 days. Had 2 rounds of 8-way. Wayne, 30 to 45 days. 290, now 5, 290, but 5, 290, now 5, 290, 2.5, 290, 290, 290, 2.5, 290, Wayne cattle, 290, 2.5, 290, but 2.5, 290, 80, 2.5, 280, now 2.5, 280, 2.5, 290, but 2.5, 280, 2.5, 290, 290, 290, 280, 2.5, 280. Wayne 30 to 45 days. Tell Hereford. 240, now 5. 245, 55, 65, but a 70, but a 5, but a 80, 2 to 5, 290, but a 95, but a 95, 295, 95, 95, 95, 290, Nolan 56. Okay, Wayne 30 to 45 days, had 2 rounds 8 way. Wayne 30 to 45 days. $280, 2.5, 280, 2.5. Both of them, 280, 2.5. Fixing to get cold. Won't need no flies anyway. 280, your choice. 2.5, 7.5, 90, 2.5, 95, 295, 295, 95, 95, 95, 290, 2.5, capital 34. St. Bride, Troy. Four. Okay, now we're going to that 11 word. Okay, next 11 head have been waiting 30 days, had a 7-weight shot. Wayne cattle had a 7-weight. Okay, so the little one there. Got a little crooked nose. 7 here, $2 now 5. $2 now 5. $2 got a crooked nose. $2 now 5. $2 5. $2 now money 5. 10. 210, 15, 215, 20, 220, now 5, 225, 25, 25, 25, 225, 30, 235, 40, 5, 50, 250, now 5, 255, 60, 5, 70, 5, 80, 5, 90, 290, now 5, $3, $3, $295, Brian Hoffman, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, money 5, 335, over here, 40, 5, 50, 355, 355, 65, 70, 85, 80, 85, 385, 90, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 390, Troy 4. Deer cattle happening here. They have been weaned. 330, now 5. 330 on mighty 5. 330, now 5. 40, 5, 50, 5, 360, 2.5. 365, 5, 7.5. 70, 72.5. 375, 5, 7.5. 80, 2.5. 85, 87.5. 90, 90, 2.5. 390, 2.5. 2.5. 390, Simpson 35. Simpson 35. 310, 15, 310, 15. 310, 15 on the money, 15, 20, 5, 30, 5, 335, 35, 40, 345, 350, 50, now 50, now 50, now 50, 345, Troy number 3, Troy 3. 7 here, 340, now 5, 340, now 5, money, 5, 50, 355, 355, 355, 60, 60, 355, 360, 60, 355, Troy 21. All right, from Sterling City. What about 70 head of them? Okay, gonna hold the red one, Jody pointed at there. A little rough on top. $2.95, nice 7.5. Nice 7.5. $3, $3, but a 2, nice 7.5. $3, 2.5. 302.5. 5, but a 305. 305. 7.5. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. 12.5. 3, 12.5. 12.5. 12.5. 12.5. 3 and 10. 12.5. 12.5. 12.5. 12.5. 12.5. 310. Capital number 31. 320, now 2.5, 320, now 2.5, 320, now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, money 2.5, 320 on the money 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 320, capital 35. Okay, steers right off of them. 315, 17.5, 315, 17.5, 20, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 30, 330, 2.5, 5, 35, 37.5, 40, 340, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 350, 50, 2.5, 355, 55, 55, 52, 5, 7.5, 360, 2.5, 5, 367.5, 70, 370, 2.5, 5, 5, 5, 375, 375, 375, 372.5, Troy 5, Troy 5. 7.5, 7.5, 310, 12.5, 310, 12.5, steers, 12.5, money, 12.5, 310, 12.5, 310, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 310, 312.5, 312.5, 312.5, 312.5, 310, Troy 6, Troy 6. Evergreen. 7.5, 320, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 2.5, money 2.5, 320, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 320, African 320, now 2.5, 320, 2.5. Let's go. 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 320, Troy number. Show your weight on them. 7.5, 340, now 5, 340, now 5, money 5, 50, now 5, 355, 355, 60, 365, 70, 75, 75, 80, 5, 90, 5, 4, 5, 10, 15, 420, 5, 30, 435, 40, 440, 440, 440, 440, 440, 435, Troy 21. 70, $2.60, now 2.5, 260, 2.5, 7, 70, 2.5, now 5, now 7.5, 80, 2.5, 85, 7, 90, 2.5, 85, 95, 295, 95, 95, 95, 97.5, 297.5, $3, $3, 2.5, 35, 305, 7.5, 10, 10, 10, 12.5, 12.5, 310, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 310, shoat number 8. 7, 290, now 2.5, 5, 7.5, $3, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 10, 12.5, 15, 15, 317.5, 20, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 320, Troy 1. 70, $2.70, now 2.5, 270, now 2.5, on the money, 2.5, 270, 2.5, 270, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 25, 75, 75, 7.5, 80, 80, 280, 2.5, 280, 58, 2.5, 585, 7.5, 287, 287, 287, 287, 90, 290, 290, 290, 290, 290, 290, 290, 290, Troy 26. Every kind, $3, now 2.5, $3, now 2.5, money, 2.5. Money's down, 2.5, 305, 7.5, 10, 10, 10, 12.5, 12.5, 3, 12.5, 15, 15, 15, 79, 20, 320, 320, 2.5, 5, 25, 27, 7.5, 30, 330, 2.5, 5, 35, 35, 35, 35, 7.5, 337.5, 335, Troy number 1. 7.5, 330, now 5, 330, money, 5, 40, 5, 50, 50, 350, now 5, 355, 355, 65, 370, 5, 375, 80, 85, 85, 90, 95, 85, $4.5, $4.5, 10, 15, 15, 20, 420, 420, 420, 415, Troy number 21. 7.5, 360, now 5, 360, now 5, money 5, 360, now 5, now 5, 360, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 360, 2.5, 2.5, 365, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 365, D&D, 35. 7 here, $3, now 10, 15, 310, 15, 310, 15, with a money, 15, with a 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 312 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 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 310, capital 35, 35, 45, cap 45. Two big ones, two big ones, two big ones, 7 2 89 for 2 and a half, 5. 2 to 5, 2 to 5, 2 to 5, 85, 2 85, two big ones, 2 to 5, 2 to 5, 85, 85, 2 8 2 and a half. Nolan number 26. Is that a red steer? Seven here, 320, now 5, 320, now 5, money 5, but a 325, 30, 35, but a 40, but a bit of 5, 50, 350, now 5, 60, but a bit of 5, but a bit of 70, but a bit of 5, 80, but a bit of 5, but a bit of 90, but a bit of 90, 90, 90, 90, but a bit of 90, 385, D and H, 38. Seven 260 now 5, 260 on the money now 5, a bit of 260 now 5, 260, 2 and a half, 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 2 now 5, 65, 70, 70, 2 and a half now 5, now 7 and a half, a bit of 7 and a half, 275, Nolan 29. $320, 220 now 5, 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 220 on money 5, 225, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 220 fry, number 5. Okay, they've half fish and 7, triangle 5. So too good. 290 now 5, 290 on money 5, 290 now 5, $3, $3 5, $5, $3 5 on to them, $3 now 5, 5, 5, $3 capital number 94. $2 now 5, $2 now 5. Money 5, but a $2 now 5, $2 now 5, $2 now 5, 5, 5, 10, 15, but a 20, but a 5, but a 30, but a 5, but a 40, but a 240, 240, but a 40, but a you're out up there, 240 now 5, 245, 245, 240 now 550, 250, 250, 250, 250, 250, 250, 250, got a bid 5, but a 255, 60, but a 5, but a 5, 260A, the letter A. Number 2, A number 2. 280 now 5, 280 now 5, 280 now 5, 285, money 5, but a 280 now 5, 285, 90, but a 90, but a 5, 95, $3, but a $3 5, but a 10, but a 10, 15, 15, 15, 20, but a 5, 325, 25, 25, 25, 25, 320, capital 42, capital 42, $2.70 now 5, 270 now 5, 270, money 5, but 80, but a 5, but 90, but a 5, but now $3, but a 5, $3 5, 10, 15, but a 15, 20, but a 5, 325, 30. 5, but a 335, 40, but a 5, but a 45, 345, 340, EC 47. Two to 5, 87 and a half, 2 to 5, 87 and a half, 90, 290, 295, 95, 97 and a half, 297 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 10, but a $10 in, 310, 310, 310, 310, 310, 307 and a half, Nolan 56. 7 and a half, but a 290, now 2 and a half, 290, 295, 95, 95, 97 and a half, $3, but a 2 and a half, but a 5, but a 7 and a half, but a 10, but a $10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 310, Cliffy 4. 7 ahead, 170, now 5. 170 on the 95, 85, 95, now $2.95, 10, 15, 20, better, 2, 25, 30. 5, 235, 235, 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, 5, 245, 5, 5, 50, 250, now 5, 255, 250, lady 95, lady 95. 330, now 5, 330, almighty 5, 335, 335, 5, 40, 5, 50, 5, 355, 65, 375, 80, 5, 90, 5, $4, $5, $4, D&D 35. All right, Albert Cadillac have been waiting 60 days, had 2 rounds, live virus and anthrax. That's 7 and a half, 315, 317 and a half, 315, 7, 20, 320, but a 2 and a half, but a 2 and a 5, 5, 5, 25, 27 and a half, 3, 27 and a half, 3, 27 and a half, 30, 330, but a 30, 32 and a half, 2 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 and a half, 5, 31, 2, 31, 2, 33, 34, 334, 5, 35, 35, 334, Simpson, 37. 7 and a half, $3, now 2 and a half, $3, now 2 to 5, 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, but a 2 and a half, but a 5, but a 7 and a half, but a 3, 27 and a half, 30, but a 2 and a half, but a 5, but a 37 and a half, but a 40, 340, 2 and a 5, 7 and a half, 50, but a 52 and a half, 55, 355, 55, 55, 355, 55, 55, 352 and a half, Troy 5, Troy 5. 7 here, 290, now 2 and a half, 290, 2 and a 5, 97 and a half, now $3, 2 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 17 and a half, 3, 17 and a half, 3, 17 and a half, 315, Simpson 38, Simpson 38 with the 37. 38. Troy 6. Backside. 7, 7, 7, 7. Simpson 37, 38's together. 340, now 5, money 5, 55, 60, but 5, but a 75, but a 80, but a 380, 85, 85, 90, 90, 95, but a $4, $4, 395 D&D 35. So you got them pretty good right here. 7 here, 270, now 2 and a half, 5, but a 275, 7 and a half, 80, 2 and a 5, 7 and a half, 90, 2 and a half, 95, 97 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, 5, but a 7 and a half, 10, but a 10, 12 and a half, 3, 12 and a half, 15, but about 15, 15, 15, 15, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 3, 12 and a half, show number 8. 7 and 290, now 2 and a half, 290, now 2 and a half, 97 and a half, $3 now, 2 and a half, 7 and 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 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 310 D&D number 26. 7 and a half, $3, 20, now 5, 320, now 5, money 530, now 5, now 40, now 5, now 53, 55, 65, but a 75, but a 80, but a 5, 395, but a $4, but a 5, but a 10, but a 15, 420, now 5, now 30, now 5, now 40, 445, 445, 440, D&D 20. 35, 7.5, 35, 7.5, 10, 12.5, 15, 15, 315, 315, 79, 20, 2.5, now 2.5, 2.5, 25, 1, 2, 3, 21, 2, 321, $2, T, with the $2, now 21, 2, 322, 321, Troy 1. Okay, had 2 rounds 8 way. 2 Charlotte steers. 7.5, $3 now 5. $3 now money now 5. $3 now 5. 10 and then 15, 15, 20 with the 20. 320, 325 with the 22 and a 5, 25, 25, 27 and a half. 30 with the bit of 330, 2.5 with the 5 with a 35, 37 and a half. 337 and a half, 337 and a half. 335, Troy 6. 7.5, 260 now 360 now 5 on the money now 5 365 75 at the 80 bit of 80 bit of 85 85 90 90 90 95 at the bit of 95 395 395 390 Troy 4. That cow, $125, $26, $125, $126 on the money, $6, $125, $26, $6, $6, $6, $6, $125, Marty 25, Marty 25. Evercan 7.5, 330, now 5. 330, money, 5, 340, 5, 50, 5, 355, 355, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 350, Troy 11. $4 now 5, $4 money 5, $4 now 5, $4 now 5, $4 5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 15, 15, 20, 20, 20, 425, 30, 5, 40, 445, 50, 455, 455, 55, 55, 55, 55, 450, Troy 2. $7.5, $3 now 5, $3 money 5, 10, 15, 20, bit 25, 30, 335, 35, 40, 5, 50, 5, 355, 355, 5, 5, 5, 5, 355, 350, capital number 35. Sell Red Bull, 350 now 5. 350 on the money now 5. 355, 60, bit of 5, bit of 70, 375 at 80, bit of 85, at 85, 90, 90, 90, 90, 385, 90, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 390, Troy, number 4. 7.5, $3, 50 now 5, 350 now 5, 65, 75, 80, 55, 85, 90, 395, $4, 5, 10, 15, 15, 25, 430, 430 now 5, 435, 35, 430, Troy 21. 7 and 2 big ones, 2 big ones, 2 big ones, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 15, 79, 317, 20, 320, 320, 20, 79, 20, 20, 320, 320, 320, 320, 379, Troy 1, Troy 1. 7.5, $7.5, $3.50 now 5, $3.50 now 5, 65, 75, 85, 95, 95, $4 5, 410, 15, 20, 25, 30, 5, 40, 5, 445, 445, 440, Troy 21. Seven here, 190 now 2.5, 190, 2.5, 190 on money, 2.5, 5, 95, 97, $2 now 510, 210, 15, 20, 5, 225, 30, 230, 230, 230, 230, 225, show 77. $700, $70 now 5, $270 now 5, $270 on the money now 5, $275, $275, $80, $80, $280, $285, $85, $90, $290, $85, $90, $95, $295, $95, $95, $95, $290, capital 31. Sell 2 big ones there, 2 big ones, $3 now 2.5. On them 5, 7, 8, 10, but them $10, $10, 10, 12 and a half, 15. 315, but them 15, 15, 79, 20, but 320, but 2.5, but 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 320, Troy number 1. 7 here, 320, now 5, 320 on the money, 535 with the 40 with the 5 with the 50 with the 5 with the 355, 65, 375 with the 80 with the 5 with the 90 with the 5 with the 4 with the 5, 10, 10, 15, 20 with the 5 with the 30 with the 5 with the 435, 430 D&D 20. 7 here, $3.50 now 5, 350 on money now 5, 350 now 5, 350 now 5, 555, 55, 55, 55, 355, 355, right here, 355, 60, 360 now 5, 365, 365, 360 Troy 5. Milliken cattle. 325, 7.5, 3 on the money, 7.5, 30, down 2.5, 35, 35, 37.5, 40, bit of 3, 42 and a half, 45, 45, 45, 7.5, bit of 350, now 50, now 50, 2.5, 355, bit of 5, 5, 5, 7.5, 360, 2.5, bit of 360, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 360, 2.5, 360, Troy 6. Two big ones, two big ones, two big ones. 280, now 2.5, 280, 58, 2.5, 7.5, 90, 2.5, 95, 97.5, $3, 2.5, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, $3 D&D number 26. 7 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 15, 7 and a half, 22 and a half, 325, now 30, 335, 40, 345. 345, 340, Troy 3. 7 here, 330, now 5, 330, on money 5, 45, 45, 50, 355, 355, 360, 355, 365, 360, Troy 6. It's 7 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, minus 15, 17, 9, 20, 320, 320, 2 and a half, 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 320, 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 Troy number 1, Troy 1. Seven here, $2.16 now 5, 216 now 2 and a. Sell big one, big 2.5, 5, 265. Sell one big one, 2.5, now 5, 265, 265, 5, 262 and a half, Nolan 26. 7 here, $3 now 5, $3 money 5, $3, 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 5, 335, 40, you do it, 335, 35, 35, 330, EC 551. 7 here, 7 here. Sell the solid black. 310, 15, 310, 15. 310, 15. On the money. 15, 20, 320. Now 2.5, 5. 325, 7.5. 327, 327, 7.5. 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 32, 9, 2, 9, 2, 9, 5. 35, 335, 5, 5, 7, 7, 7, 40. 340, 2, 9, 5, 7, 50, 2, 9, 2, 9, 2, 9. 350, Troy 5, Troy 5. 7 here, 260, now 5. 260 on the money, now 5. 70, 5, 80, 285. 295, now $3, $3, 5, $3, 5, 10. 15, 20, 320, 5, 30, 30, 5, 35, 40. 340, 340, 335, lady 94, lady 94. $3 now 5, $3 now 5. On money 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 330, 5, 40, 5, 355, 360, 5, 70, 5, 80, 55, but then 385, 85, 85, 85, 380, Troy 3, Troy 3, Sellable 270, now 2.5, but 5, 2.5, 275, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 7.5, 80, 280, 280, 280, 280, 280, 277.5, Nolan 26. Seven or 250 now, 2.5, 250, 2.5, 55, 5, 5, 5, 5, 255, 255, 252 and a half, now 5, 5, 5, but 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 252 and a half, Nolan 27. Single jackpot, 7 here, 280, now 2, 208, 246, 88, 90, 292, 94, 96, 98, now $3 due, 304, 304, 304, 302, 304, 404, 302, Nolan 26. It's 7 here, 360, now 5. 360 on the money, now 5. 70, 55, 80, 380, 85. 85, 90, 90, 93, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95. 390, Troy, number 4. It's happening here. 350 now 5. 350 now 5. Money 5. 60. But 5. But it was 70. But 5. But 80. But 380. 85. 85. 90. 95. But 4. But 5. But 10. 15. 20. But 5. But 30. But 5. But 435. 430. Troy 21. Troy 21. Troy 21. 380 now 5, 380 now 5, but 85 now 5 now 5, money 5. 385, 380, 85, but 85, 85, 85, 85, 85. 380, Troy 4. Got one big one. 270, now 2.5, 270, now 2.5, 5, 7.5, 82 and a half, 85, 7, 90, 92 and a 5, 97 and a $3, 2 and a 5, 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 315, 79, but a 379, 379, 379, 379, 315, Simpson 38, Simpson 38. 7 here, 7 and a half, 280, now 2.5, 280, 2 and a 5, 5, 5, 85, 2 and a 5, 2 and a 5, 85, 87 and a 287 and 90, 2 and a half, 95, 295, 95, 95, 95, 292 and a half, Nolan 26, Nolan 26. We got three big ones there. Sell 3 big ones there. 340 now 5. 340 now 5. 340. 340 now 5. 3 big ones. 340 now 5. 320 now 5. 320 now 5. 3 big ones. 320 now 5. Now 30. 330. 330. 330. 330 now 5. 35, 40, 340, but 45, but 50, 350, 355, 355, 5, 60, 365, 360, capital number 45. 340 now 5, 340 now 5, money 5. 55 and 360 now 5 65 70 75 75 75 375 75 75 370 Troy 2 sell a big one 290 now 5 290 now 5 big one 290 now 5 295 290 now 5 over there 290 now 5 290 now 5 260 now 5 260 on the money 570 5 275 80 80 85 25 85 90 290 290 now 5 295 290 capital number 90. $2 now five. $2 now five. $2 now five. $2 now five. $2 five. 10, 15, 20, 220 now five. 225. 225, 30, 30, 30, 230, 230, now 5, 235, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 238. Aid number 2. Aid number 2, Andy.
Yeah, 140, 140, 140, 140. Yeah.
Okay, hey, you didn't get that one. She's going to take it.
65, 65. Put in 65.
Sell a big steer with the tag. He's a bull. 290 now 5. 290 now 5. 290 on money now 5. 295. Now 3, now 5, now 10, now 15, 315, 310, 15, 20, 25, but a 325, 325, 25, 25, 320, D&D, 5, 3, 7 heifer, $3 now, 2.5, 302 and a half, 302 and a 5, 5, 5, 5, 7, 8, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 312 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 315, 312 and a half, H, number 47. Tell the big one, 270, now 2.5, 575, 75, 275. Selling the big one, 275, 75, 75, 75, 272 and a half. That'll be Nolan 26. Nolan 26, 330 now 5. 330 now 5 at a 5 at a 330 now money 540 at a bit of 5. 350 now 5 at a 365 at a bit of 365. 360 now 5 at a bit of 5. 360 Cliffy 4. It's happening. 270, now 2.5, 270, now 2.5, 292, 2.5, 270, 2.5, money 5, and 75, 75, 7.5, 280, bit of 2.5, bit of 5, bit of 7.5, 90, bit of 290, 2.5, 97, $3, $3, $3, $3, 2.5, bit of 295, bit of 5, bit of 5, bit of 5, 302 and a half, D&D 26, $3.50 now 5, 350 now 5, money 5, 355, 355, 65, bit of 75, bit of 80, bit of 5, bit of 90, bit of 5, now $4, now 5, now 10, now 15, bit of 20, bit of 5, bit of 30, bit of 5, bit of 40, 445, 445, 50, bit of 5, bit of 455, 450 Troy 21, Troy 21, $2.40 now 5, 240 on money 555, 65 but a 265, 260 now 5, 555 but a bit of 5, 260 Nolan 29. Tell the big one, $3 now 5, $3 now money 5, 10 and 15, 20 but a bit of 5 but a 325, big one 325, 325, 25, 30, 330 now 5 but a bit of 5, 330 Cliffy 4. So little one there, $4.40 now 5, 440 now 5, 440 now 5. Sell the little one there, 440 money 5. 440 now 5, 445, 445, 5, 440 Troy 2. So one big heifer. Oh, there are 250 now 5, 250 now 5, 250 now 5, 255 money 5, and then 255, 255, 255, 250 showed 8, showed 19. Shoot 19 on her. 310, 15, 310, 15, 15, 20, money, 15, 25, 30, 330, now 5, now 40, now 40, now 5, 345, 55, 355, 360, 365, 75, 80, 90, $5, $4, $4, $3.95, Troy, 3, $2.50, now 5, money, 5, 255, 255, 65, 75, 80, 55, 290, 295, 95, 95, 95, 290, Nolan, 27. Over there, 270, now 5, 270, now money, now 5, 275, 555, 75, 270, Nolan, 56, Nolan, 56, $3, now 5, $3, money, 5, $3, now 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 5, 335, 335, 35, 35, 330, H38, 7.5, $2.60, now 5, 260 on the money, now 5, 265, 265, 55, 260, Nolan, 26. So Black Buffalo Heifer for $3 now 5. $3 now money now 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 340, 5, 345, 45, 55, 340, EC 44. 290 now 5, 290 on the money now 5, $3, 5, 10, 15, 3, 15, 20, 320, 15, 20, 20, 20, 20, 320, 320, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 320, Troy, 1. Okay, Mr. Stevens sold the heifers a while ago. 245, 47 half. 245, 247 half. 245, 247 half. 245, 247 half. 245, 247 half. 247 half. 45, 7 half. 45, 7 half. 245, 247 half. 247 half. On the money, 7 half. 245, 247 half. 247 half, 7 half, 7 half, 7 half. 245, capital, 17. Schroeder. 350 and a 5, 350 and a 5, 55, 65, 75, 80, 85, 80, 385, 90, $4, $4, $5, $4 now 5, $4 now 5, 5, 5, $4, Troy 4. Three big ones sell, three big ones, 340 now 5, 340 on the money, 550, 5, 355, 65, 370, 5, 80, 5, 90, 95, $4, $4, 5, 405, 5, $4, Simpson 35, $4 now 5, $4 now money, now 5, $4 now 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 430. 435, 35, 40, 40, 440, 435, DNH 33, H number 3, H number 3. 375, 80, 375, 88, money 80, 375, 80, 85, 85, 90, 90, 90, 95, 95, $4, $4, $4, 5, 405, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, $4, 5, $4, 5, $4, 5, $4, Troy 4. 410, 415, and the 4 and 10, 15, on money 15, 410, 415, and the bit of 15, 20, with the bit of 420, 25, and the bit of 425, 30, 430, 430, 435, and the bit of 35, 35, 35, 435, 435, 435, 430, Troy 2. Okay, not on the right side. 240 now 5. 240 now 5. 240 on money 5. 50 250 now 5. 260 5. 65 70 270 260 75 280 85 285 90 95 $3 $3 5 $3 5 10 10 10 15 15 15 15 3 15 20 320 now 5 30 30 5 40 340 340 335 Troy straight Troy. With the nine. Hubbard cattle, 7.5, $3 now 2.5, $3 now 2.5. I'm going to 2.5, 7.5, 10, 12.5, 15, 17.5, 3, 17.5, 15, 17.5, 17.5, 17.5, 17.5, 315, Troy 1. Everything 7.5, $3.25, so now 30, 325 money, 35, 40, now 5, now 50, now 5, now 65, but 70, but 5, 375, 75, 75, 75, 75, 370, D&D 20. Light and good. 7 here, 360, now 5. Hold one. Hold on, everybody. 360 now 5, now 70, now 5, 80, bit of 5, bit of 90, bit of 5, $4, $4 5, 10, bit of 10, 15, 20, bit of 5, bit of 30, bit of 5, bit of holding 1, 430, bit of 30, 30, 30, 30, 430, 425. Troy number 2-1. Sell heifer, $3 now 5, $3 now 5, $3 money 5, 10, 15, 20, 320, now 5, now 30, bit of 30. 330, 330 now 5, 335, 40, 340, 40, 40, 40, 40, 340, 335, H27, $2.70 now 5, 270 now 5, 270 now 5, 270. 5 money 5 270 2.5 270 2.5 2.5 2.5 2.5 2.5 2.5 270 2.5 2.5 5 75 7.5 280 2.5 8 2.5 2.5 2.5 better 85 better 5 7.5 2.7 90 290 90 2.5 2.5 2.5 2.5 290 EC number 6-1 7.5 but 7 280 now 2.5 280 now 2.5 280 2.5 but 280 now 2.5 280 2.5 280 2.5 2.5 2.5 5 85 85 285 85 85 85 280 2.5 A number 2 A3 on them A3 A2 305, 7.5, 7.5, 10, 3, 7.5, $10, 10, 310, 12.5, 12.5, 15, 15, 15, 15, 315, 315, 12.5, 17.5, 20, 322.5, 2.5, 25, 25, 25, 325, 322.5, EC 551. 330 now 5, 330 now 5, 330 now 5, 330 on money 5, 335, 35, 40, 5, 50, 55, 360, 55, 60, 360, 360, 355, H38. $7 $3.40 now 5, $3.40 now 5, and a $3.40 on money 5, $3.45, 5, 45, 45, 45, 3.45, 3.40 capital 45. Okay, show 3 yet over there. 305, 7.5, 3, 7.5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 307.5, $10, 10, 310, 10, 10, 10, 10, $10, 10, 307.5, D&D 53. Two wide ones. 7 or 270 now 5 money 5 275 75 275 75 75 275 270 capital 31. So 240 now 5, 240 on money now 5, 240 now 5, 245, both of them, 240 now 5, 240 now 5, now 5, now 5, 55, 55, 240, Nolan 26. Okay, Trish Pavo's from Fort Stockton. There's a load of them. 23 heading his first deal. Okay, this half of them, we'll show you the rest. All right, that's half of them, we'll show you the rest. Tres Pavos. $23 hit them. 320, not 2.5, 320 on the money, not 2.5, 327 and a half, 330, 30, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 337 and a half, 337 and a half, 40, 40, now 40, now 40, 38, 337, 8, 9, 339, 38, 9, 40, 341, 2, 3, 340, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 346, 5, now 6, 345, $46, 6, 345. Troy, show your weight on them. They go to Troy. All right, Lemonade Big Brothers. 305, 37 and a half, 305, 37 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 15, 317 and a half, 317 and a half, 20, 3, 22 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2, 5, 325, 7 and a half, 327 and a half, 30, 330, now 1, 31, 31, 31, 31, 331, 331, 1, 330, Troy, 24. $2.90, not $2.90, $2.95, $95, $95, $2.50, $95, $97, $7, $7, $3, $2.90, $302, $5, $307, $7, $10, $10, $10, $10, $10, $310, $310, $12 and a half, $12 and a half, $12 and a half, $12 and a half, $15, $315, $313, $14, $14, $14, $13, $14, $314, $314, $314, $313, Troy, 24. $13 in. 340, now 5, 340, now 5, money 5, 50, 55, 360, 55, 360, now 5, 365, 570, 75, 80, 80, 385, 85, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 87 half, 385, 87 half, 385, 87 half, 387 half, 387 half, 385, Troy 5. Seven, 360, now 5, 360, money 5, 5, 365, 5, 5, now 5, 360, Troy 4. What happened to him? Oh, hell. Rex Bland over at Abilene County. 7 here, 7 and 370, now 5, 375. Shell one of them, Jody, your choice. 75, 80, 375, 80, 80. One of both. 80, 75, 80, 80, 80, 380, 375. Troy number 2, 4, Troy 4, Troy 4, Troy 4. 7 and $3, 10, 15, 310, 315, 310, 315, 310, 350, mighty 15, 315, 315, 315, 315, 315, 310, Cliffy 4. Every kind, 7 half, but a 2 little ones, two little ones there. $3, now 2.5. 3, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 7.5, 7, 8, 10, 12.5, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 17, 17.5, 17.5, 3, 7, 20, 20, 3, 20, 3, 20, 3, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 27.5, 30, 3, 32.5, 2.5, 3.30, Troy 1, $2.70, now 2.5, 2.70 on the money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.70, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.70, H, 71. 7 ahead, 290, now 2.5, 5.97 half, $3, 2.5, 302 and a half, 5, 307 and a half, 7, 8, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 310, EC 61, EC 61. It's happening at 290, now 2.5, 290, but made money 2.5, 290, 597 and a half, but $3, but 2.5, 5, 3, 7, 5, 5, 7 and a half, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 310, 12 and a half, 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 310, Troy 1. Seven ahead, 270, now 5, 270, now money, now 5, 75, 75, 75, 280, 285, 285, 90, 5, $3, 5, 10, 10, 15, 15, 315, 315, 315, 310, D&D 26. 7 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 320, 2 and a half, 5, 25, 25, 7 and a half, 330, 30, 330, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 40, 40, 2 and a half, 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 340, 2 and a half, 340, Troy 3. 7 and a half, 3, 2 more, 340, now 5, 340 on money, 5, 340, now 5, pick two you like, 340, 2 and a half, 340, 2 and a half, 5, 47 and a half, 50, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 360, 360, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 70, 70, 370, 367 and a half, D&D number 4. 7 here, 270, now 5, 270, now 5, 270, now 5, 270, now 5, 75, 75, 275, 80, 280, 285, 285, 90, now 5, 295, $3, $3 now 5, $3 now 5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 315, 315, 315, 310, A, number 2. 7 and a half, it's the big one. 1 big one. 230, now 5. 230, now 5. 235, 40, now 5, now 50, now 5, now 255. 265, 65, 75, 80, 5. 290, 95, 95, now 5, $3, 5. 305, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, $10, 10. 305, EC 47. 7 here, $2.50, now 5. 255, money 5, 255, 260, 575, 80, 280, 280, 85, 85, 90, 290, 5, 95, $3, with the better 5, with the 10, with the $10, 15, 20, with the 320, with the better 5, with the 30, with the better 335, 40, with the better 5, with the better 50, with the better 55, 360, 365, 70, with the better 70, 70, 5, with the 375, 80, 80, with 80, 375, Russell 3, $2.60, now 5, 260 on the money, now 5. 75, 85, 90 with a 5, but a $3 with a 5, but a $3 5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 15, 20, 320, 320, 315, show number 8. Set, showed 8. Set the red over there, 320, now 5, 320 on the money, now 5, 30, 5, 335, 335, 35, 35, 35, 330, Troy 5. Sell the black, 3 $3.95. $3 on my 5, 10, 15, 20 with the 5, and a 330 with the 5, and a 40 with the 5, and a 355, 365, and a 375, and a 80 with the 5, and a 85, 385, 85, 85, 380 Troy 2, 7 here, 280, now 5, 280 with the 5, 285, 90. 90, 285, 90, 90, 90, 90, 290, 285, 90, 90 with the bed, 90 with the bed, 90. 5, now $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $2.95, Brian Hoffman. Sale one, big one, $3, now 5. $3, now 5. $3, now 5. $3 money 5. $3, now 5. 5, 5, 5, 5. One big one, $5, 5. 305, 10. 315, 320, now 5. 325, 325, 325, 320. Capital number 34. 7 here, 390, now 5. 390, now 5. Money 5, $4, now 5, 10. 10, 10, 10, 15, 20 with a bit of 425, 430 with a bit of 5, with a bit of 435, 35, 35, 430 Troy 2. Seven here, 350, now 5, 355, 65, 75, 80, bit of 5, 90, bit of 5, $4, 5, and a 10, bit of 15, bit of 415, 20, 425, 30, bit of 430, now 5, bit of 40, bit of 440, 435 Troy 21. 7 here, 350, now 5, 355, 60, bit of 355, 65, 75, 80, bit of 80, bit of 5, 90, 95, $4, bit of 5, bit of 10, 410, 15, bit of 15, 15, 15, 415, 410, Troy 2. 421, Troy 21. $315, 79, $315, 79, $317, 20, but a bit of 320, 320, 20, 20, but a bit of 320, 22 and a half, but a 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 25, 25, but a 325, but a 3, 4, but a 323, 4, 5, 325, 5, 5, but a bit of 25, 25, 25, 26, 326, 6 out of it, 7, not a 7, not a 7, not a bit of 7, not a 7, not a 7, 8, 328, 28, 28, 29, $9, 33, 30, 31, but a 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, but a 2, 332, 332, 331, Troy 1. Heifers 320, now 5, 320, 2 and a 5, 7 and a half, but a 30, but a bit of 330, 2 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 40, but a bit of 340, 2 and a half, 345, but a bit of 7 and a half, 50, but a bit of 2 and a half, but a 5, but a bit of 57 and a half, 60, 2 and a half, now 5, now 7 and a half, 70, but a 370, 370, 2 and a half, but a 2 and a half, 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 370, Troy 3. 7, 2 big ones, 2 big ones, 290, now 5, money 5, 290, now 5, now 95, 95, 95, 95, now $3, about a 5, 10, and 15, a bit of 15, 20, with a bit of 320, 315, Cliffy 4. 7 and a half, $3.20, now 5, 320, now 5, but the money 5, but a 320, now 530, 30, with a 330, 330, 335, and a 5, and a 40, with a bit of 345, 45, 45, 340, capital 35. Sure can. Good ones. 290, now 2 and a half, 5. 295, 92, 95, 95, now better 95, 7 and a half, $3. $3, 2 and a half, but a bit of 2 and a half, but a 305, 305, 7 and a half, 7, 18, $10, $10. 312 and a half, 15, but a 15, 79, but a 79, 37, 20. 320, 2 and a half, now 5, but a 25, 25, 25, 27 and a half. 327 and a half, 327 and a half, 327 and a half, 325, Simpson 37. 7 and a half, $3 now, 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 5, 305, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, with a bit of 15, 15, 15, 15, 315, 17 and a half, 317 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 317 and a half, 317 and a half, 315, Troy 6. 7 and a half, $3 now 5, $3 now 5, $3 now 5, money 5, but a $3 5, but a 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, but a $3 5, $3 5, $3 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 15, 15, 315, 310. Troy 4. 24. Troy 4. Troy 4. 7.5, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 17, 79, 20, 320, 2 and a half, now 5, but a 25, 7 and a half, 30, but a 32 and a half, 35, 30, 35, 7 and a half, 40, but a 2 and a half, but a 5, but a 7 and a half, 350, 2 and a half, but a 5, but a 5, 5, 5, 355, 352 and a half, capital 45. 7 half, 270 now 5, 270 now 5. Money 5, 275, 275, 270, capital 34. 7.5, 350 now 5, 350. You hold anyone you don't like. 350 now 5, 350 on money 5, 355. 60, 365, 370, 375, 75, 75, 80, 80, 385, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 385, 380, Troy 2. $7 here, $3.95, money 5, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, now 5, now 40, 340, now 5, 50, 50, 355, 360, 5, 70, 75, 80, 380, 80, 80, 80, 75, 80, 80, 80, 80, 375, Russell 3. Whitehead Cadillac we've been selling. Load up from Del Rio, boys. 305, 37.5, money 7.5, 305, 37.5, 37.5, 5, 7.5, 7.5, out to go, 37.5, 37.5, 37.5, 37.5, 7.5, 7.5, 305, D&D 5.3. $335, 37.5, 335, 37.5, 335, 37.5, 337.5, 335, 37.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 337.5, 35, 37.5, 337.5, 337.5, 40, 340, 340, 335. You didn't do it. 37.5, 337.5, 337.5, 335. Capital number 35. Seven here, 350 now 5, 350 now 5, 350 now 5, 355, high 5, 55, 55, 55, 55, 355, 3 on the money, 560, 5, 365, 365, 360, H 38. Little boy. 7 380 now 5, 380 now 5, 380 now 5, 85 now 5, 380 now 5, 380 now 5, 380, 5, 90, 385, 90, 385, 90, 390, 90, 90, 90, 385, Troy 2. 270 now 5, 270 now 5, money 5, 270, 80, 5, 90, 5, $3, 5, $3, 5, 10, 50, 10, 10, 10, 10, 310, 310, 310, 310, 310, 310, 305, EC 551. 270 now 5, 270 now 5, 80, 5, 90, 295, 295, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 290, Nolan, number 26. It's on a 260 now 5. 260 now 5. 5 at a 265. 260 now 5. 5 at a Sell black 265 70. 270 on the black. 270 970 970 970. 265 Nolan 26. Nolan 26, 280 now 5, 280 now 5, 280 but it 5, 285, 285, money 5, 285, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 280, capital number 17. Evercan, 7.5, 290, now 2.5, 290, 2.5, 7.5, $3, now 2.5, 7.5, 10, 12.5, 15, 70, now 20, 320, 20, 20, 70, now 20, 320, 320, 317.5, Troy 3. Here, 330, now 5, 330, almighty 5, 40 with a bit of 5, and 50 with a bit of 5, and 60 with a 5, and 370 with a bit of 75, 75, 80, 80 with a 5, and 85, 90, 90, 95 with a 5, with a 5, 4, 4, 5, 4, 5, 10, and 15 with a bit of 20 with a bit of 5, and a bit of 30 with a bit of 5, 435, 35, 35, 35, 430, Troy 21. Seven, 290, now 2.5, 290, 2.5, 95, 95, 95, 290, 2.5, now 5, 5, 5, 5, 95, 95, 95, 95, 7.5, 7.5, 7, $3, $3, 2.5, 2.5, 305, 3.7, 7, 8, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12.5, 12.5, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 17.5, 17.5, 317.5, 317.5, 315, Troy 1. $3 now, $2.5, $3 now, 2.5, 305, 305, 3, 2.5 now, 5, 5, 5, 5, 3, 55, 55, 55, 7.5, 10, 12.5, 15, but 17.5, 20, 2.5, 5, 25, 25, 25, 322.5, H47. 7.5, 270 now 2.5, 2 to 70 now 2 to 5, 75, 2.5 now 5, 5, 5, 5, 7.5, 80 but 2.5 but 5 but 7.5, 90 but 2.5 but 5, 97.5, $3, 2.5, 3, 2.5, 3, 7.5, 10 but 12.5, 12.5, 15, 15, 15, 15, 3, 12.5, EC. Show your weight on them. Go to $6.15, I think. $6.15. 83, pick 3 like 340 now 5, 340 now 5. You sell 2 of them, Jody? 2 of them, 340 on the money now 5. Pick 2 you like, 340 now 550 now 5. 360, now 5, now 70, now 5, 80, but 5, but 85, 90, 95, but 95, $4, 5, $4, 5, 10, 10, 10, 15, 15, 20, 5, 30, but 5, but 40, but 440, 435, that'll be Troy 21. So select one now. 250 now 5. 250 on the money 5. 65 but a 260 now 575. 85, 95, $3, 5, 10, 15, 25, 30 but a 5. 335, 45, 55 but a 365 but a 75. 380 but a 5 but a 90 but a 5 but a $4 but a $4, 5. 405, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15 but a 20. 425, 30 but a 430, 430. 425 that'll be H31. Okay. Watch how it gets around. 110, now 15. 110, 115. 110 on the money, 15. Now 20, now 30, now 40, now 50. 150 by the pound, 160, 170, 180, 180. 180 by the pound. 180, 180, 80, 90, $2, now 10, 220, 230, 240, 250, 260 by the pound. 260, 250A. Number 2. 7 315 now 5 money 5 65 75 85 95 $4 5 but a 10 but a 15 but a 20 but a bit of 5 430 but a 5 but a bit of 430 540 but a 5 but a 50 but a bit of 450 450 445 Troy 21. Sell the red, little red. 7 here. $3 now 5. $3 now 5. 10, 15, 25, 35, 45. 350, 55, 360, 5, 370, 5, 80, 5, 85, 90, 90, 395, $4, $4, $4, $4, 5, $4 now 5, 10, 4, 4, 5, 10, 415, 420, now 5, 425, 30, 430, now 5, 435, 40, 440, 435, Brian Hoffman. 7 here, 350 now 5, 350 on the money now 5, 355, 65, 75, 85, 95, $4 5, $4 5, 10, 15, 20, 425, 425, 25, 25, 30, 430 now 5, 35, 35, 430, H31. Over there, 7 half, 320, now 2.5, 320, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 7 half, 30, 330, 32 and a half, 35, 35, 7 half, 40, 2.5, 5, 45, 45, 345, 342 and a half, Cliffy 4. 7 half, 315 now 5, 350 now 5, 350 now 5, money 5, 355, 355, 5, 5, 5, 5, 85, 350, H3. 7 half, 315 now 5, money 5, 65, 75, 85, 95, $4 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 5, 40, 5, 445, 440 now 5, 445, 440, Troy 21. So big one, big one, big one. 280 now 2.5, 280, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 287 half, 85, 87 half, 287 half, 87 half, 87 half, 285, EC 49. EC 49s with the 51s, 551s. EC 49 with the 551s. 49s and 551s. $330 now 5. $330 now 540. 45, 50, 355, 360, 360, 55, 60, 60, 360, 355, A number 2, A number 2. 7 here, 2 big ones, 2 big ones, 2 big ones. 330 now 5, money 5, 45, 50, 55, 360. 360, 55, 60, $5, 365, 570, 370, 5, 375, 375, 370, Cliffy 4. Cherokee 7 half, 340, now 5, 340 on money 5, 5, 45, 50, now 5, now 60, now 5, 370, 375, 75, 75, 75. Many more as you want, 375, 372 and a half, 372 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half. 370, Troy 4. Got 2 more coming. 7 here, $3 now 5, $3 money 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 5, 340, 345, 50, 5, 360, 5, 70, 370, 370, 365, Troy 5. 7 here, 3, 10, 15, 3 and 10, 12 and a half, 3, 10, 12 and a half, money, 12 and a half, 3, 10, 12 and a half, 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 15, 15, 15, 15, 17 and a half, 3, 7, 20, 3, 20, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 25, 25, 7 and a half, 30, 2 and a half, 32 and a half, 330, capital 90. 7 here, 350 now 5, 350 now 5, money 5, 355, 60, 55, 70, 55, 75, 375, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 370, D&D 20. It's 7 and a half, $3, 10, 12 and a half, 310, 3, 12 and a half, 310, 3, 12 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, money 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 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 310, capital 35. Seven here, 330, now 5. 330, now 5. 30, now 2.5. 330, now 2.5. 330, 2.5. 2.5, money, 2.5. 330, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 330, 2.5. 330, capital 45. Seven here, 270, now 5. 270 on the money, now 5, at 80, bit 5, at 90, bit 5, at $3, bit $3, 5, 10, 3, 10, 15, 20, bit 20, 20, 20, 3, 20, 3, 20, 315, H47. Seven here, $3.40, now 5. 340, now 5. Money 5 at the minimum 45. 345 at the minute 5, 5, 5, 5 at the minute 45, 45, 53, 53, 55, 355, 365 at the 70, at the minute 5 at the 75, 375, 5, 5, 80, 80, 80, 80, 80, 375, Troy 21. Seven here, 260, now 5. 265, money 5. 260, now 5. 260, now 5. 5, 5, 5, 265. 265, 260, Nolan 26. Seven here, $2.40, now 2.5. 240, now 2.5. 240, now 2.5. 2.5, 2.5. One by one of them. 240, 2.5. On the money, 2.5. 240, 2.5. 240, capital 30, cap 17, cap 17. Seven here, $2, now 5. $2, now 5. $2, now 5. $2, now 5. $2.5, $2.5, $2.5, money 5. $2.5, 5, 5, 205. $2, Letty 94, 95 in it. Letty 95. Lady 95. Hold one if you need to. Seven here. 270, now 2.5. 270, now 2.5. Hold one, everybody. 270, 2.5. 270, now 2.5. 270, now 2.5. 2.5, 2.5. Still choice in. 270, 2.5. Pick what you like. 270, 2.5. Money 2.5. 270, 2.5. 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 270, EC 61. EC 61. $230, now 2.5. $230, now 2.5. $230, now 2.5. $230, mid 2.5. $230, 2.5. $230, 2.5. $230, 2.5. $230, 230, 2.5. $230, 2.5. Right here, $230, 2.5. Money 2.5. $230, 2.5. $230, A2, A number 2. Seven here, 240, now 5. 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 245. $2, now 5. $2, now 5. 10, 10 5, 10, 15, 20, 220, 225, 225, 230, 230, now 5. 235. 235, 40, 240, 240, 245, 245, 245, 240, A number 2. Seven hand, 145, 47, 145, 147, 145, 147. Money, seven, $9.49, 151, 151, 53, 153, 53, 5, 55, 55, 55, 5, 5, 5, 153, Marty, 13. Seven hand, 175, 77, $9.09, 179, $9.09, 81, 83, 85, 185, 185, 85, 87, 89, 91, 93, 95, 97, 99, 201, 2035, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19, 219, 219, 219, 219, 217, Nolan, 29. Two or more. Pick to you like 330, now 5. 330, 545, and a 50, 55, and a 355, 65, 360, 355, 360, with a bit of 60, 355, Wilfred Wildy. He wants them all. $2.90, not $2.90, on money, $2.95, 95, 97, half, $3 now, 5, 10, 15, 15, 15, 20, with a bit of 325, 330, with a bit of 30, 30, 330, 330, 330, 325, capital number 17. Seven and a half, $3 now, 5, $3 now, 5, $3 money, 5, 305, Charlotte, 5, 10, 15, 20, with a 5, but a 325, 30, 330, 30, 30, with a bit of 325, 30, 30, 30, 30, 325, Troy, 4, 7 and a half, but a $2, 60, now 5, 260, now 5, money, 5, 70, 275, 270, now 5, 270, Nolan, 56, Nolan's on the scales. Two more, 289, 2.5, 28, 205, 85, 85, pick T like A7 and a half, 90, 2 and a half, at a 5, 95, 97 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, at a 5, at a 3, 5, 3, 7 and a half, 10, and a bit 10, 12 and a half, 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 310, Troy 1. Hold your ticket, sell the tag, 230, now 2.5, 230 on money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 230, 2.5, 535, 37 and a half, 240, 2.5, a bit of 40, 2.5, 545, 7 and a half, 247 and a half, 250, 250, 2.5, 50, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 250, 871 on the scales. Sell black, $2.70, now 5. 270, now 5, and a black money, 5. Two black one, 280, 85, 290, now 5, now $3, now 5, now 10, now 10, now 15, 20, but a bit of 5, but a 325, 25, 25, 25, 30, but a bit of 5, but a bit of 35, 330, EC number, EC 47. 7 and a half, $3.16, now 5, 365, money, 575, 80, with 5, but 85, 390, 5, but a bit of $4, but a 5, but a $4, 5, 10, but a 15, but a bit 25, but a 30, but a bit of 5, 435, 430, D&D 20. Two heifers, 290, now 5, 290, now 5, 290, on the money, 5, but then 95, 95, 95, 3, two heifers, 295, 295, 295, 290, EC 47. 7 half, $3.20, now 5, 320, now 5, and a 320, now 5, 325, and a 25, 30, 330, 330, 330, 335, and a bit of a 40, 45, 55, 65, 375, 75, 75, 75, 378, 38, 7, 290, now 5, 290, now 5, 290, now 5, 290 on the money, 5, $3, 5, 10, 15, 20, but a 5, but a 330, but a 5, but a 35, 335, 330, Cliffy, 4. 270, now 5, 270 on the money, 5, at 275, 5, 5, 270, 2.5, 2.5, 270, Nolan, 27. Seven half, 280, not 2.5, 280, 2.5, 7.5, 287 half, 285, 7.5, 287 half, 87 half, 7 half, 7 half, 87 half, 285, D&D 5.3. Everything 77 and $2.80, not 2.5, 280, 2.5, 85, 87, 90, but 2.5, but 5, but 95, 7 and $3, $3, 2.5, 5, but a 3, 7.5, but a 7.5, 3, 7.5, 3, 7.5, 305, capital 94. 7 $3, 10, 12 and a half, 3, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 7 and a half, 17, now 20, 2.5, now 5, now 7 and a half, 30, but 2.5, but 5, but 37 and a half, but 40, 342 and a half, 5, but 7 and a half, 50, but 353, 52 and a half, 355, 357 and a half, 362 and a half, 5, but 5, 362 and a half, D&D 20. 320. Okay, gonna hold one. 320, 10, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310 on the money, 12 and a half. 310, 312 and a half, 310, 12 and a half. Pretty good shape right here. 312 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 315, 315. Now 17 and a half, 317 and a half. 317 and a half, 20, but 320, 320, 320, 320, 20, but 20, but 20, but 18, 19, 318, 319, 19, 19, 318, 319, 19, 19, 19, 318, Troy 1. D&D Ranch. Tell you like I'm here, nice set of cattle. Seven half, 320, now 2.5, 320, now 2.5, money 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, but 320, 2.5, 320, 5, but 25, 27, 8, 27, 8, 30, 330, 2.5, but 330, now 2.5, 335, 35, 2.5, now 5, 35, 7.5, 337 half, 337 half, 7 half, 7 half, 35, 7 half, 337 half, 335, Troy, show your weight on them. $31.92. All right, 280, now 2.5, 280, now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 280 on the money, now 2.5, 85, 87 and 90, 290, 2.5, 295, 95, 95, 297 half, $3, $3, 2.5, 302 and a half, 305, 305, 57 half, 7 half, 307 half, 307 half, 307 half, 305, capital 94. African 7.5, 350, now 5, 350, now 5, 65, 75, 80, 55, 90, 55, 4, $4.5, 405, 10, 10, 15, 15, 15, 20, 425, 425, 425, 425, 420, Troy, 21. Seven or 290, now 295, 295, 295, 95, 95, 95, 95, 295, 295, 295, 95, 95, 95, 95, out to go, 295, 292 and a half, Nolan 26. Okay, stuck it leg. So you're buying four head. 290, 2.5, 209, 257 half, 297 half, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, 297 half, $3, $3, 3, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 305, 7 half, 3, 7 half, 7 half, 10, 310, 12 and a half, 3, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 15, 17 and a half, 3, 17 and a half, 3, 20, 20, 22 and a half, 3, 22 and a half, 2 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 and a half, 320, Cliffy 4, 270, now 2.5, now 5, 75, 275, 2.5, 5, 75, 75, 75, 272 and a half, Nolan 56, Nolan 5, 6. Okay, hold in one. Hold in one, 330, now 2.5. 330 on the money, 2.5. 330, 2.5. 330, 2.5. 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, out to go 5. 35, 37 and a half, 40, 340, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 45, 47 and a half, 350, 350, 350, 2.5, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 350, Cliffy 4. Sell one by the scales there. 270 now 5. 270 now 5. 270 now 2.5. 270 2.5. On the money. 2.5. 270 2.5. 2.5. 2.5. 2.5. 2.5. 2.5. 2.5. 270 capital 31. Heaven here, 280, now 2.5, 2.5. Yeah, all bulls on 2.5, 2.5, 8, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 282 and a half, Nolan 27. Seven half, 330, 80, now 5, 380, now 5, 85, money 5, 380, now 5, at 85, 85, 85, 55, 55, 385, 385, 380, Troy 2. African. $702.50 now 5, 250 now 5, 250 now 5, 250 on the money 5, 255, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 60, 5, 75, 80, 5, 90. 295, 95, 95, 95, 95, 290, EC 49. So two bulls, 72.90, now 2.5. 290 on the money, 2.5, 290, but debate 2.5. 290, 2.5, 290, 290, 2.5, 290, capital 31. $73 now, 2.5. 3, 0, 2.5, 7.5, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 3, 17.5, 20, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 3, 27.5, 3, 27.5, 325, Troy 1. Oh. Okay, settle big heifer. 7.5, 130, now 2, 131, down to 1, 130, 1, 2, 4, 6, 38, 138, 140, 42, 142, 2, 142, 4, 2, 4, 6, a bit of 6, 6, 8, 150, 150, 152, 54, 54, 56, 58, 160, 2, 2, 2, 4, 6, a bit 8, 8, 70, 172, 4, 74, 74, 74, 6, 78, a bit 80, 180, 178, show 99. 7 here, 370, now 5. 370 on the money, now 5. 75, 75. 375, 375, 5, 5, 5, 5. 370, Troy 4. 7 here, 350, now 5. 350 on the money, now 5. 65, 75, 80, 80, 5, 85, 90. 395, 95, $4, $4, 5, 10, $10, 15, 20, 425, 30, 5, 40, 440, 440, 430, 45, 445, 440, Troy 21. Sell a little one. Sell one little heifer there. 350 now 5. 350 now 5. Money 5. 355 65. 375 80 55 90 55 95 $4 5. $4 5 10 15 15 15 15 15 415 415 420 now 20 now 5 now 5 now 30 435 435 430 Russell 3. Heifer over there, 350 now 5, 350 now 5, 355, 60, 5, 70, 5, 380, 80, 75, 80, 80, 80, 375, Wilford Wildy, $3.70 now 5, 375, 80, 80, 5, 90, 90, 90, 395, 95, 95, $94, $4 5, $4 5, 10, 10, 10, 15, 15, 15, 415, 415, 415, 420, 420, now 5, 425, 425, 425, 430, 430, now 5, 35, 35, 430, Brian Hoffman, 270, now 5, 270, now 5, money 5, 85, 285, 90, 5, $3, 5, $3, 5, 10, 15, 25, 325, 30, 30, 330, 325, capital 42, cap 42. 7.5, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, 330, 5, 40, 5, 55, 365, but it's X, 65, 75, but 3, 75, 80, 85, 90, but 5, but 4, but 5, but 10, but 10, 15, 20, 425, 30, but 5, but 435, 35, 430, H31, $4 now 5, $4 now 5, 10, 45, 10, $45, 10, 15, 20, 425, 425, 30, 435, 45, 445, 55, 455, 460, 465, 70, 75, 80, 85, 85, 480, and that'll be fry number 20, fry 20, Lord with the 5, with the 5. Heifer over there, 350 now 5, 355, 60, 365, 75, 85, 95, 95, $4 now, $4 now 5, $4 now 5, 10, 4 10, 10, 15, 15, 15, 415, 420, 420, now 5, 25, 25, 420, A number 2, A number 2. All right, 2 big ones. You can take them all. 360 now 5, 370 now 5, 85, 90, 55, $4, 5, $4, 5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 20, 420 now 5, 30, 430 now 5, 40, 445, 450, 50, 54, 55, 455, 465, 460, Troy 2. $3.70 now 5, 380, 370, 580, 80, 370, 85, 95, $4, $4 now 5, 405, 410, 410, 410, 410, 410, 15, 20, 420 now 5, 25, 30, 430, 430, 430, 430, 430, 425, Wilford Wilding. Okay, tickle cattle. Okay, don't get the tag. You're buying 3 head over there. Not the tag. Oh, there, 320, not 2.5, 320, not 2.5, money 5, 7.5, 30, 330, 2.5, 5, 35, 35, 37.5, 40, 340, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 340, Simpson 36. Seven, 340, not 2.5, 2 blacks, 42.5, 340, 2.5, money 2.5, selling 2 blacks, 42.5, 342.5, 345, 345, 7.5, 347.5, 45, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 345, Simpson 36, 7.5, 320, now 5, 325, 30, 55, 40, 45, 345, 350, 5, 355, 60, 360, 360, 355, Troy 5, 7.5, $3.10, 12.5, 310, 12.5, 15, 15, 15, 15, 17.5, 20, 2.5, now 5, 25, 7.5, 30, 330, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 40, 2.5, 45, 45, 345, 345, 342.5, D&D 50. 7.5, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, 40, 5, 50, 355, 360, 60, 2.5, now 2.5, 365, 2.5, 7.5, 370, 2.5, 2.5, 75, 7.5, 377, 7.5, 7.5, 375, Troy 5. Every kind, 270, now 5, 275, 85, and 85, 90, 55, and 95, $3, $3, 5, 310, 10, 15, 15, 20, 320, now 5, 325, 25, 320, Troy 1. Two more, two or more. 272.5, 272.5, 7.5, 82.5, 85, 87.5, 90, but 2.5, 95, 97.5, $3 now, 2.5, 35, 7.5, 7.5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 310, 310, 310, 307.5, EC 61. 7 here, 250, now 2.5, 250, 2.5, 55, 55, 55, 52.5, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7.5, $60, 260, 260, 257.5, 871. Seven here, 280, now 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 280, capital, 35. 7 here, $3.20, now 5, 320, 5, 320, now 5, 320, money, 5, 30, 5, 40, 5, 50, 350, 355, 355, 360, 65, 5, 70, 370, 5, 80, 85, 85, 90, 95, 95, $4, $395, A, number 2, A2. $3 now 5, 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 5, money 5, 305, 10, 15, 15, 15, 20, 325, 325, 325, 30, 35, 35, 40, 5, 45, 50, 50, 50, 50, 345, A, number 2. 7.5, $3 now, 2.5, $3 money, 2.5, 3.5, 3.7.5, 3.7.5, 10, 10, 10, 12.5, 15, 17.5, 17.5, 20, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 3.25, 2.5, now 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 322.5, capital, 34. Okay, hold one big one. 7.5, 340, now 340 now 5. 340 on money now 5. 50. 350 now 5. 355. 360. 65. 70. 5. 375. 80. 80. 80. 80. 380. 380. 380. 380. 375. Troy 5. 7 here. 320 now 5. 320 on the money 5. 30. 5. 40. 5. 345. 50. 350 now 50 now 5. 60. 360. 360. 355. Troy 6. $3 now 5. $3.50 now 40 now 5. 340 now 5. Money 5. 345. 345. 345. 345. 340. Troy 4. $2.16 now 5. $2.16 now 5. Money 570. 270. 5. 80. 5. 285. 90. 90. 285. 90. 90. 90. 90. 285. Nolan 29. Sell little one there. 350 now 5. 350 on the money now 5. 355. 355. Sell the little one. 355, 555, 55, 55, 350. Troy number 2. Troy 2. Sell the tag right here. $2.50 now 5. 250 now 5. Turn 50 now 5. Turn 50 on the money 5. 255, 555, 60, 5, 65. 270, 5, 75, 75, 270, fry 5. One big one, $2.90, now 2.95. 2.90, 2.5, 5. One big one there, 2.95, 95, 97.5. $3, $2.5, 5, 7, 10, 10, 12.5, 12.5, 15, 79, 79, 315, Cliffy 4. 7.5, $3.40, now 5, 340 on the money, now 5, 345, 40, now 5, 45, 340, Troy 4. African, number 7, 280, now 2.5, 280, 2.5, 5, 85, 87, 90, 2.5, now 5, now 7.5, $3, 2.5, 5, 305, 305, 305, 305, 302.5, D&D 26. $40 one, $40 now 1, 40 now 1, able to 1, able to 1, able to 1, 40 now 1, 41, 21, 2, 21, 2, 3, 4, 26, 28, $30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 2, 44, 46, 48, 48, 50, 52, 52, 54, 54, 6, out of it, 6, $54 in that SPS. Thank you. SPS. SPS, 7 here, 370 now 5, 370 now 5, 370 now 5, money 5, 80, 380 now 5, 90, 90, 90, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 390, Troy 3. Solid mouth cow's bread. Thank you. Backside of 3 pit. Backside of 3 pit 3. Say sharp right there, go. That was her mouth. Was she solid? Solid mouth light bread, just wear there. 116 now $2, 116 now $2 4, $6, $6, $8.70 now 2, 172 4 6, 78, 80, 182, $82, 84, $84, 84, 86, 86, 86, 88, 88, 90, 192, 92 now 4, 194, 94, 94, 96, 96, 98, 98, $2, $198, show 13, show 13. They're 4 and 5 months bred. Young cows, 2,300 by the head. Now 4, now 5, 24, 25, 24, 25, 24, 25, 2600, 27, 27, 28, 29, 3,000, now 3,000. $3,000, 3,000, 29 and a half, 29 and a half, 3,000, $3,000, $3,000, $3,000, $3,000, 2950 D&D 103. D&D 103. You say short solids? Short solids. Was there 4 and 5 months bred? Weigh them to you. 165, 167. Tell them by the head? Okay. They're short solids, 4 and 5 months bred. There's just one, Vic. Okay, sell them by the head. Sell them over there by the head. 17 and a half, 1,800. 17 and a half on the money, 1,800. 1,800. 1,800. Now half. 1,900. 19 and a half. Now 2,000. Now 50. 2050 by the head. 2,100. 2,100 and a half. 21 and a half. 21 and a half. 21 and a half. 2,100 and a half. 21 and a half. 21 and a half. 2,100 and a half. 21 and a half. 21 and a half. Sold them. $2,100. Camp P. Sam Powers. Sam Powers. Okay, boys. She's short, solid, 5 months bred. 2,200. Now 3. 22 on the money. Now 3. Now 4. Now 5. 26. 26. 25 and a half. 25 and a half. 25 and a half. 25 and a half. 2,500 and a half. 25 and a half. 2,500. Show number 10. Show 10. Short, solid, 6 months bred. Sell her by the head. Now $2,000. Now 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 24, 5, 24, 25, 25, 26, 2,600, 25 and a half, 25 and a half, 2,600, 2,600, 25, 75, 26, $2,600, 2,600, 2,600, 2,600, 25, 75. Show 10. All right, 5 and 6 months bred. Weigh them to you. 165, 167, $9.9, $9.9, 171, 73, 75, 77, 179, 179, 79, 77, 78, 178, $178.8, $178.8, now 9, 178, 9, $178.9, 9, 178 fry 11. Okay, that's half of them. Okay, one cow's crippled on her shoulder.
Let's see what happens. Frank, you see her 6041?
Does anybody need to buy less than?
We'll sell those 9, and you can have those cows behind the gate if you want them. They're the same thing.
Okay, you're buying 9 on scales. You have the option on 10 behind the door.
Sell those cows. Broke mouth, 4 and 5 months bred, 4 months bred.
Okay, broke mouth cows, 4 months bred. Every one of them's a 4 months bred. 160, now 2. 162, money 2, 4, 6, 8, 168, 70, 172, 172, $172, 4, 174, 3, 174, 173, 4, 173, 4, 173, 4. You can get 19 head of them if you need them. 173 4, 173 94 94 94 94, 174 44. Ready on the board. 173 Russell number 7. Okay, got 9 head on the scales right now. This cow's little crippled, 4 months bred. 120 now 121 2 4 6 8 28 30 130 132 132 4 132 4 6 38 138 40 2 4 6 48 150 150 150 150 150 150 148 A. The letter A number 2 1 A1. All right, Russell, look them over. You got 10 head, your option. Russell 7. Okay, nearly everything 3 months bred. Broke mouth cows, they'll be 3 months bred. 130, weigh them to you now, 2, money 2, 132 4, 132 4, 4 4 4 6, a bit of 8, with a bit of 38, 8, 8, 40, 140, now 40, with a bit of 38, 9, 138, 139, 138, 39, 138, 9, 58, 9, 58, 9, 38, 9, 139, you do it, 139, 38, 9, 38, 9, 38, 9, 138, Lady 18, is that right? Lady 18. Not 81, it's 18. Seven and a half, 260, and now 2.5, now 5, 265, 7.5, 70, but a 270, 270, but a 70, 70, 70, 70, 70, 70, 267 and a half, Nolan 29. Here's 7.5, but 130 now 1, able to 1 to 1, able to 1, able to 30, money 1, 2, 3, 34, but a 5, but a 34, 9, 5, 6, 6, 7, 38, 38, 39, $40, but a bit of 1, but a 2, but a bit of 3, but a bit of 4, 145, 6, but a bit of 7, but a 7, not a 7, not a 11, 146, Lone Star. Two little ones there. $3 now, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 10, 12.5, 12.5, 15, and a minute 3, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, and a bit of 15, 3, 12.5, Troy 1. Celebrating the Surfer, number 290, now 2.5, 290, 2.5, 7.5, $3, 2.5, now 5, 3, 5, 7, 8, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, with a bit of 3, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12.5, 12.5, 15, with a bit of 15, 15, 15, with a bit of 15, 3, 12.5, D&D, number 14. Two big ones, 320, now five. 325, money, five, 325, 30, 40, 345, 50, 355, 55, 55, 60, 365, 70, 70, 365, Troy, number three. Seven here, $3 now five. $3 money, five, $3 now five. $3 now five, 10, 10, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 20, 5, 325, 25, 25, 25, 320 East Wilford Welding. Wilford Welding. Take here, $7.5, $3 now $2.5, $3 now $2.5, money 2.5, 2.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 3.5, 7.5, 7.5, 3.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 305, Troy 6. Set her 7 280, now 2.5, 280, 2.5, money, 2.5, 5 at 85, 87, 90, but 290, 2.5, 95, 95, 7.5, 7.5, $3, $3, 2.5, 3.5, 3.5, 7.5, 7.5, 10, 12.5, 15, 15, 15, 15, 3.15, 3.15, 3.12.5, Nolan 27, Nolan 26, Nolan 26, 7.5, 7.5, 85, $86. 85, 86, money, 6, 85, 86, 7, 8, 88, 88, 88, 88, 88, 88, 88, 88, $87, Marty, number 8, Marty, 8. Set her, $3.50 now 5, 350, 5, 65, 75, 80, 85, 90, 90, 95, 95, $4, $4, $4, $4, $4, $4, $4, $4, 5, 4, 5, 10, 10, 15, 20, 420, 415, Troy, number straight Troy. 7 here, 290, now 2.5, now 5, 295, 297 half, $3, $3, 2.5, 3, 2.5, 3, 5, it is 7.5, 10, but $10, 10, 12.5, 15, 15, 79, but 79, 79, 79, 315, Troy 1. Seven, 133 now 4, 133 now 4, now 4, mighty 4, 5, 35, 36, 37, 38, 38, 9, 9, 40, 140, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 5, 45, 45, 45, 144 show number 13. $2 now 2.5, $2 now 2.5, $2 now 2 money 2.5, 205, 2.7, 7, 7, 7, 8, 2.10, 10, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 2.12.5, 15, 2.15, 15, 15, minute 79, but 79, 20, but 2.20, 2.20, 20, 20, 20, but 2.20, 2.9, 2.9, 2.9, 2.5, 25, 25, 25, but 2.25, 7, 2.30, but 30, but 30, 2.5, but 2.9, 2.9, 5, 35, 2.37, but 2.37, 40, but 2.40, 2.40, 2.5, 2.40, 2.5, 5, 5, 7, 8, 7, 8, 7, 8, 2.50, 2.50, 2.5, 2.50, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 55, 7, 8, 2.57, 2.57, 8, 7, 8, 7, 8, 60, 2.60, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.60, Marty number 2, Marty 2, yard him with the 44s. Over there, 280, now 2.5, 280, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 90, 2.5, 95, 97.5, $3, 2.5, 5, 3, 7.5, 10, but about 12.5, 12.5, 3, 12.5, 3, 12.5, 310, D&D 26. Best bulls we've had all day. 180 now one. 180, he but $1. 80 now one. Money one. 180 now one. He but $1. 2. 82, 83, 83, 4, 85, 85, 86, 86, $87, $87, $87, 186, Lone Star 1. Still front bull right there going out. Got a little bump there. 130 now one. 130 now one. 130 he but $1. 131. 130 now one. 131, 31, 31, 21. On the money one. 121. 120 he but $1. He but $1. 120 Marty. Number 2. Marty 2. 180 now one. Money one. 182, 82, 3, 82, 3, 4, 5, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, bit of 90, 190, 190, 189, Lone Star 1. All right, sell cow on the rail. 125, 126. 7, 8, 9, 30, 31, 31, 131. 130, he bid $1, he bid $1, $1, 130 Lone Star. Still a fleshy cow. 130 now one. 130 now one. He bid $1, money one. 30 now one. 130, he bid $1, he bid $1, $1, 130 Marty 25. $190 now one. 190 on the money one. He bid $1, 92, 1, 2, 3, 93, 4. 194, 5, 95, 96, 96, 96, 96, 96. 195 Lone Star 1. $128.9, $128.9, $999, $28.9, $128 on the money now 9, 28, $29, $9, $9, 28, 58, 9, $128.9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 58, 9, 58, 9, 58, 9, 58, 9, 59, 128 Marty 26, Marty 26. Sabinham. 75 76. 75 76. All right, 138 9, 138.9, 9 money 9, 38.9, 40, 140, now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 145, 144, 95, 95, 95, 144 Lone Star. Oh, there, 289, 295, 285, 85, 82, 99, 555, 285, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 282 and a half, Nolan 26, Nolan 26, $2, now 5, $2, now 5, $2, now 5, money 5, 205, 205, 10, 10, 15, 15, 215, 215, 215, 215, 215, 210, Letty 95. Celebrate one. Bad, got a bad wheel, got a bad ankle. 130, now 5. 130, now 5. 130 on money, 545. 155, 65, 175, 80, better 5, better 90, better 5, better $2, 5. 210, 215, 220, 225, 35, better 40, 245, 240, now 5, better 5. 240, shoat number 8, shoat number 8. 350 now money, 560, 75, 75, 75, 375, 80, 80, 5, 90, 95, $4, $4, 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 435, 435, 430, Troy, 21. $7 $3 now, $2.5. $3 on the money, now $2.5. $3 now, $2.5. 302 and a 5. 305, 55, bitty, 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 5, 7.5. 3.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5. 305, Troy 1. Okay, chalk marked at the ranch. Okay, so 3 and 3 head. 133 now 4, 133 money 4, 34 5, 36, 37, 37, 38, 38, 39, 140, 1, 2, 43, 4, 5, 6, 47, 146 Lone Star. 170 now 2, 172 4, 172 4, 6, 8, 82 to 4, $84, $86, $88, $90 with a 90, 192, 192, 192, now 2, now 2, now 2, now 2, now 2, now 2, 190 Troy 9. All right, here we go. 145, 46 out of money, $6. 145, 46, 47, 8, 140 gay, 40 gay, 40 gay, 49, 149, 50, 150, 150, now 50, now 1. 150, now 1. It would $1, $1, $1, $1, 151, 151, 150, Lone Star. 8 head. There's 133, now 4. 133 on the money, now 4, now 5. 36, 37, 38, 39, 9, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 144 Lone Star. Same cows marks from the ranch. Both black. Whoa! Yeah, that one.
Stand out there, Frank, till she comes back.
All right, sell 2 blacks over there. Two blacks. 150 now 2. $150 on the money, now $2 2. 102 blacks, 150 now 2. Money's down now 2. 150 Troy 9, Troy 9, Troy 9. All right, Troy 9 over there, 2 head. Whoa. Can't reach. Sell 2. 140 now 1. 140 even 1. Money's in 1, 2, 3, 4, 45, 46, 46, 7. 8, 147 Lone Star. Kevin, 135, $36. You want to try one or not? That black? Okay, 2 Molly face cows. 135, 36, 7, 38, 39, 41, 41, 2, 3, 4, 143 Lone Star. 145, 47, 145, 79, 149, 149, 51, 53, 55, 57, 57, 57, 9, 99, 9, 159, 157, show number 99. 7 and 130, 131, money 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 36, 137, 138, 7, 8, 9, $9, 940, 141, 2, 3, 4, 143 Lone Star. Seven and 133, now 4. 133 on the money, now 4, now 4, now 5, 35, 36, 37, 37, 38, 38, $9, 9, 40, 1, 2, 42, 43, 42, 3, 42, 3. On to them, 142, 3, 143, 142 Lone Star. Seven, 260, now 2.5, 265, 2.5. Off his mouth, isn't he? $185, 87, 185, 87, 991, 191, 191, 3, 93, 93, 193, 191 now 3, 191, 3, 5, 195, 95, 95, 195, 95, 95, 95, 193, Troy 9. Seven half, 140 now 1. Able to win that one, that one, that one. Money 1, 142, 3, 2, now 3, now 4, now 4, now 4, now 5, 6, 46, 7, 7, 8, 8, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 8, 9, 49, 49, 148 and a half Lone Star.
These cows are bred to a red Angus bull per owner. I guess it's just red.
Okay, owner said they would be bred to a red Angus bull. 5 months bred, 170, now $2. On the money, 2, 170, $2, 4. 174, now 6, now 8, now 80, 182, 182, 82, 82, 82, 82. 180, now 2, 180, $2, 184, 84, 84, 84, 82, now 4, now 6, 86, 88, 88, 90, 190, 190, 192, $192, 4, 192, 4, 94, 94, 94, 94, 194, 196, 196, 198, 198, 198, now $2. $2, $2, show 13. Show 10. Sell the cow. 2, she's 5 months bred. $2, now 2, 4, 6. 2, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 22, 2, 24, 26, 28, 2, 30, 2, but the board was 6, 38, 40, 2, 40, 2, 40, 2, 4, 46, 48, 2, 50, 2, but the board was 6, but 8, 60, 2, 60, 2, 58, 2, 60, 2, 60, 2, 60, 2, 58, show number 13. Shows out here. Sellable, 275, 7.5, 80. 280, 80, 80, 80, 280, 280 on the bull. 280, 280, 280, 280. 277.5, Nolan, 27 on the scale. Drinking goddamn. I think my daughter and son-in-law is going tomorrow. to a wedding down there. King going to a wedding. It'd be fun. Yeah. And Brandy Resort just opened, so I'm anxious to hear about it. Sell a black cow, 4 months bred. $1,900, now $2,000, 2000 by the head, 19, 2 on the money, 2021, 21, 2100, 2100, 21 and 22, 22, 21, 22, 2100 by the head, now 2200, now half, 22 and a half, 22 and a half, 3, 23, 23 now half, 23 and a half, 24 now half, 24 and a half, now 5, 25 now half, 2600, 2600, 2600, 2600, 2600, 2550, show 13, show 13. 4 months bred. 105, where to you, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 114, 16, 18, 122, 122, 4, 126, 6, 8, 28, 30, 131, 31, 32, 132, 4, 32, 4, 6, 38, 40, 142, 144, 46, 148, 150, 150, 52, 52, 4, 152, Russell number 7. 5 months bred. 155, now 6, where to you, 155, 6, 7, 8, 58, $60, 162, 162, 4, 62, 4, 6, 6, 8, 168, $8, 166, Russell 7, 7.5, 110, 111. 5 months bred. 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 122, 4, 26, 28, 130, 132, 34, 36, 38, 140, 142, 4, 144, now 6, now 8, now 52, 52, 4, 6, 58, 160, 160, 162, 164, 62, 4, 6, 8, 70, 172, 4, 172, SPS. Is that right? Number 1? SPS number 1. Heifers over there, 316, now 5, 365, 75, 80, 55, 90, 55, $4, 5, 10, 410, 15, 20, 420, 415, 20, 20, 20, 25, 425, 30, 30, 30, 425, EC 36. 7.5, 330, now 5, now 40, 335, 40, now 5, 350. 5, 60, 5, 370, 5, 80, 85, 385, 90, 95, $4, $4, 5, 405, 10, 10, 15, 15, 15, 20, 420, 420, 420, 420, now 5, 430, 430, 430, 425, Brian Hoffman. Okay, 3 to 5 months bred. Okay, gonna hold the little cow Jody pointed at. Weigh him to you. 145, 47 half. 145, money 7 half. 145, 147 half. 145, 147, 145, 7, 9. 149, 51. 153, 155. 157, 157, now 9, 59, 61, 161, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 161, now 3, 163, 3, 3, 3, now 3, now 3, now 3, 163, 161, Troy, 17. That's Kelly Hill. That's Kelly Hill. Okay, weigh the cow by the scales. 120 now one. 120 now one. 120, hit it to one, that one. Hit it to one, that cow by the scales. 10, 11. Money. 11. 110, 11, $11, $11, $11, 11, 111, 111. 110, Marty number 8. How you want it? Marty 8? Yeah, yeah. No, Troy 9. Troy 17. Troy 17. Troy 17. Five months spread. 7 hand, 130, now one. 130 on money, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 36, 7, 37, 8, 9, 39, $9, $9, 40, 1, 2, 41, 2, 141, $2, $2, $2, $2, $2, $2, 41, 2, 141, 2, 142, 141, Troy 17. All right, test it open. Young as they can be. Two more, pick T line. 7 hand, 170, now 2. 172, 4, 6, 78, 82, 4, 86, 88, 92, 4, 96, 98, $2, $2, 2, 204, 204, 204, 26, $8, $8, $10, $12, 212, 14, 16, 18, 20, 2, 222, 222, 222, 220, show number 99, no, 8, showed 8, over there, 140. Right, 140 now one, 140 now one, money, one, $141 now one, cow over there, 140 now one, 2, 4, 6, 8, 50, 2, 52, 4, 6, 58, 156, EC number 6, yard and with the 44, yard and with the 44. Oh, there, $1 now one. $1 now one. 2, 1012, 10124, 106, 106, 8, 108, 10, 110, 108, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 108, Harris number 3. Harris number 3. 170, got a 7 on her. 170 now 2. On the money, 2, 4, 6, 78, 82 to 484. $86, 88, 90, 192, 92, 92, 192, 4, 94, 94, $92, 4, 194, 94, 94, 94, 192, show 10, 133, now 4, 33, money 4. 33, 4, 5, 35, 6, 7, 38, 38, 9, $9, 9, 40, 141, 141, Lone Star. All right, 3 and 1 got a bull calf or steer calf. Okay, just a pair. You like a good one. 2,900 now, 3,000. On the money. 3, 1, 31, 32, 32, 33, 32, 33, 34, 34, 35, 35, 35, 36, 36, 7, $8, $8, 38, 38, 38, 38, 39, 39, 38, 9, 39, 38, 9, 9, 38, 100 now half. 8 and a half, 38 and a half, 38 and a half, 38 and a half, $3,800. Hayden. 3,000 now 31. 3 and 1, 3,000 now 31, 31, 3,100, 3,100, 3,100, 3,100, 3,100. But got a bull calf, $3,100. 31, 31, 31, 3,000 now 31, 3,000, 31, 3 and 1 on the money now 1, 31, 31, 31, 31. $3,000. Tom 2, Tom 2, Tom 2. Young as she can be now. Doing a good job that heifer calf. 2,100, now 2,200. 21, 22, 23, 22, 23, 22, now 3, now 3, now 4, now 4, now 5, now 6, 2,600, 25, 2,600, 2,600, 2,600, now 7, 27, 27, 2,700, 27, 26,700, 2,700, 2,700, 2,700, 2,700, 2,600, Troy, number 330, Troy 30, Troy 30. Where? 160 now two. $160 T dollar T. T with a bit of T dollar T. 160 now two. 160 now two. $160 T. On the money now two. Now two. Now two. Now two. Now two. Now two. 162. 160 fry 10. $350 now five. $350 on the money now five. $350 now five. $350 now five. 60 5 70 5 80 5 3 5 90 95 95 $4 $4 now $4 $4 $4 $4 $4 $3.95 $4 now 5 405 10 4 10 10 10 15 415 20 420 420 420 420 415 A number 2. Show 3 head. 3 head. 160 now two. $160 T. On the money now two. 162. T. With a T dollar T. 4 with a 62 now 4 now 6 $6 with a $6. 166. 166. 164 Troy 9. 7 here. $2.30 now 2.5. 230 2.5. 230 2.5. 230 2.5. 230 2.5 with a 2.5 2.5 2.5 2.5 2.5. Money's down. 2.5. 230 2.5 2.5 2.5 2.5 2.5. 230 show number 8. 95 96. 95 96 on the money. $6 95 96. 95 6 7 97 98 99 $99 $1 $1 2 2 3 4 5 6 7 108 108 109 99 99 108 Harris number 3. Four-month spread. What do you think? 210, 12, wire, 210, 2, 12.5. On the money, 12.5, 210, 12.5, 15, 79, 20, 2, 2, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 30, 230, 2.5, 5, 35, 235, 235, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 232 and a half. Shoat number 19, shoat 19. One. Open little young cow, 140, now 5. 140 on the money, 5, 55, 65, 75, 85, 95, $2.95, 205, 205, 205, 205, 205, 10, 10, 10, 210, 215, 215, 215, 215, 20, 220, 220, 220, 220, 220, 220, 220, 215, Brian Hoffman, 5. 130 now 2. 132 4. 132 money 2. 134. 136. 138. 140 2. 4. 44. 142 4. 44. 44. 44. 44. 142 lady 18. Sell the Black Bull 260 down 2.5. 265 Black Bull 7.5. 270 with a 2.5 with a 7.5. 80 with a 2.5. 85 7.5. 287.5. 287.5. 285 Nolan 26. 7 here 230 now 2.5. 230 2.5. 230 now 2.5. 2.5 2.5 2.5 2.5 230 2.5. 210 12.5. 210 money 12.5. 210, 12 and a half, 210, 212 and a half, 212 and a half, 210, Tom, 5. Got some Bowie yearlings. Okay, hold the little one. 250, now 2.5. 250, 2.5. 255, 255. 57 and a half. 260, 2.5, now 5. 65, 265, 555, 262 and a half. Nolan 76. Nolan 76. 240, now 2.5. 240, now 2.5. 240, 2.5. 240, now 2.5. 240, now 2.5. 2.5. 220, 2.5. 220, 2.5. 220, 2.5. 220, 2.5. On the money, 2.5. 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 220, Tom, 5. 7.5. 130. There. 6 months spread. Weigh them to you. 130 now 1. 130. Hit it 1. Hit it 1. Money 1. 30 now 1. $130 1. 31. 31. 131. 31. 31. 31. 31. 130 Marty, number 25. Broke mouth cow, 7 months bred. 135, 36. 135, 36. 135, 6, 7, 8, 39, $9, 40, 141, 141, 141, 140, Russell, number 7. Weigh the cow, 130 now 1. 130, he better 1, on the money, now 1. $130 1, 131, 131, 31, 2. 32, 33, 34, 35, 35, 6, 136, 7. Weighing the cow. 137.
Yes, it is.
Boy, that's Bill Cavanish cow. Young she can be. Got a good calf. 24 and a half, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. 28, 29. 2,800, 2,900. 28, 29. 28, 29. 28, 9. 28 and a half. That helps somebody. 28 and a half, 9. 2,900 and a half. 29 and a half. Young cow, 29 and a half. 2,900 and a half. 29 and a half. 2,900. Tom, 2. 7 months bred. 1,800, 1,900, 18 on the money, 1,900, 18, 19, 19, got the money, 1,900, 18, 19, now 2,000, now 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 24, 25, 25, 25, 24, now 5, 5, 5, 5, 25, 25, 26, 2,600, 2,600, 2,600, 2,600, 5.5, 6, 26, 25.50, Tom, number 1. Okay, hold any one you don't like. 225, weigh them to you now, 7. 225, money, 7, 9, 31, 33, 35, 235, 7 and a half, 237 and a half, 240, 240, 2 and a half, 245, 47 and a half, 250, 2 and a half, now 5, now 7 and a half, $60, 260, 2 and a half, 5, 5, 5, 7 and a half, 72, 72 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 82 and a half, 85, 7 and a half, 287 and a half, 285, 7 and 90, 290, 290, 290, 90, 90, 287 and a half, 871. $2, now 2.5. $2, now 2.5. On the money, now 2.5. 4 months spread. $2, 2.5. 202 and a half, 205, 205, 7 and a half, 210, 212 and a half, 215, 15, 17 and a half, 217 and a half, 217 and a half, 215, Tom won. They are light bread. 250, now 2 and a half. 250, now 2 and a half. 250 on the money, 5, 7, 8, $60, 2 and a half, 5, 7, 8, 70, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 80, bit of 2 and a half, 5, 87 and 90, 290, 290, 290, 290, 290, 287 and a half, short 8. Open heifer. Sell herd, $2, now 40, now 2 and a half, 240, 2 and a half. Now money, 2 and a half, 47 and a half, 52 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, $60, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 267 and a half, 267 and a half, 265 H, 71. Four-month bread. Sell herd, 210, 12 and a half, 210, 12 and a half, money 12 and a half, 210, 12 and a half, 15, 70, now 20, now 5, now 30, now 5, now 40, now 5, 245, 240, 2 and a half, 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 240, 2 and a half, 240, Troy 9. 7 here, 280, now 2 and a half, 280, 2 and a half, 5, 85, 280, 2 and a half, 5, 5, 5, 85, 85, 85, 285, 285, 282 and a half, D&D, 5, 4. Sell the bull, $2.40, and now 2 and a half, 5, 245 on the bull, 245, 242 and a half, 5, 245, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 242 and a half, Nolan, 27. Nolan, 27. Sell the heifer. Open heifer. Sell her, $2, now 50, now 2 and a half, 250, 2 and a half, 5. Money, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, $60, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 70, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 80, 2 and a half, 5, 82 and a half, 282 and a half, 282 and a half, 280 H, 71.
Daniel Cordova from Belling.
2 or more, you buy 2 head. 2,100 by the head, now 2, 21, 2,200, 21, 2, 3, 23, 4, 24, 4, 5, 25, 2,600, 26, pick 2 you like, 25, 26, 25 and a half, now 6, now 6, now 2,600, 2,600, 2,600, 2,600, 2,600, 2,600, 2,600, 2,550, show number 13. So 17, now half, 1,700 and a half, 1,700 on the money, now half, 1,800, now half, 19, now half, now $2,000, now 21, 22, 23, 24, 23 and a half, 2,300 and a half, 2,300 and a half, now half, it's a bit of 23 and a half, 2,300 A, the letter A, number 1. Two cows, 4 months bred. Okay, so 2 cows, 4 months bred. 160, weigh them to you now 2. $160 now 2. Weigh 2 cows, 4 months bred. 160 on the money now 2. $2, $2, $2, $2, 162, 162, 162, 162, 160, fried 10, fried 10. Sell a light bred cow, solid mouth, light bred, 133.4. 133.4. Weigh the cow by the scales. 34 money 4, 5, 35, 34, 5, 6, 137, 137, 38, 38, 39, 39, 40, 140, 140, 140, 140, 139, lady 18. Ladies on the scale. Ladies on the scale.
This is Cordova 2.
Weigh the bull, 167.8. 167.8. $8, we'll get him around money 8. $7, $8, $8, $8, $8, 167, Lone Star 1. Young here. Hey, seven here, 1900, got a 5 on her. 1900, now $2,000. 1900, now 2000, yes sir, right there, 2000 on the money, $2,000. Now 21, 21, 2100, 2, 22, 23, 22, 3, 33, 4, 4, 23, 4, 2300, now 4, now 4, now 4, 3, now 4, 4 and a half, now 5, 2500, 2500 and a half, 25 and a half, 25 and a half, 25 and a half, 2500, show 13. They are tested open. $2.50 now 2.5. $2.50 now 2.5. $2.50 now 2.5. Money 2.5. $2.55. 7.5. $60. 2.5 now 5. 7.5. 70. 270. 270. 270. 270. 270. 260. 7.5. Shoat number 8. Shoat 8. 70, 280, now 2.5, 280, now 2.5, money 2.5, 280, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, Troy, 26.
These things are running out of water.
Seven head, two big ones, two big ones. Seven head, 280, now 5, 200. Two big ones, 280, now 5. 280, now 5. 280, now money, now 590. 295, 95, 95, 295. 295, $3, $3, $3, $3 with a 5, 305, 305, with a bit of 5, 5, 10, 10, 10, 10, with a 10, about 15, 15, 15, 15, with a 3, 17 half, 3, 7, 9, 20, 2, 3, 20, with a bit 20, 20, 20, 2 and a half, with a bit of 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2, 5, with a 5, with a 5, 7 and a half, 330, with a bit of 2 and a half, with a bit of 2 and a half, 5, with a 35, 35, 35, 330, 2 and a half, capital number 31, 30, 45. There you go. 45. So the little one there, $4 now money, now 5. $4 now 5. $4 now 5. $4 now 5, 5, 5, 10, 4, 410, 4, 415, 415, 20, 420, 425, 425, 30, 30, 5, 5, 435, 40, 445, 445, 50, 450, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 445, A2, A2. 270, now 5. 270, now 5. Money 5. 275, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 80, 285, 285, 285, 285, 285, 285, 280, and that'll be Nolan 27, 70, 280, now 5. 280, 5, 285, 280, now 2.5. 280, 2.5. 280, 2.5. 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 280, 2.5. 260, now 2.5. 260 on the money, now 2.5. 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 260, Tom 3, Tom 3. 4 months bread, weigh 'em, $2, now 2.5. $2, now 2.5. $2, now 2.5. 2.5 money, 2.5. 2.25, 2.7, 8, 10. 2.12 and a half, 15. 70, now 20, 2.5. 2.20, 2.5. 2.20, 2.5, 2.25, 2.25, 2.25, 2.25, 2.25, 2.22 and a half, show 19. 7 of them have it at 7.5, $3, now 2.5. $3, now 2.5. 3, 2.5, money 2.5. 3, 7.5, 10, 12 and a half, 10. 3, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half. 3, 12 and a half, 3, 12 and a half. 3, 10, Troy number 1. Troy 1. 7 here, $2, now 2.5. What do you got? 270, now 5. 270, now 5. 270 on the money, 2.5. 270, 2.5. 2.5, 2.5, 5. But the 5, but the 7.5. 280, but the 2.5, but the 5, but the 7.5. 287 and a half. 285, H71. Broke mouth cow light bread weigh her. 7.5, 105, $6. 105, 106, 105, money 6. $6 about a 7, not about a 7, not about a 7. 8, 9, 9, 109, 10, 110, 110, $10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 11, 111, 112, 13, 14, 15, 15, 115, 115, 115, 114, SPS number 1. Over there, 160, now 2.5. $160, 2.5. $160, 2.5. 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 160, now 2.5. 160, 2.5. 51. On the money 1. 151, 151, 151. Everyone, 150, Troy 9. Sale 2 heifers, $7.5, $3, now 2.5. Money 5, 3, 7, 8, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 312 and a half, 312 and a half, 312 and a half, 310. Troy won. 7 here, 7 and a half, a bit of 7 and a half, 290, now 2 and a half, 290, 2 and a half, 5, 95, 97 and a half, $3, $3, 2 and a half, 5, 37 and a half, 10, 310, 12 and a half, 15, but of 70 and a half, 20, 322 and a half, 322 and a half, 320, capital, 35. They are both bred. 7 and a half, 130 now one, $130 one, 130 now 1, 2, 4, 6, 36, 134, 36, 8, 38, 38, 138, 136, 8, 38, 38, 38, 38, 138, 138, 136, fry 10. Seller red heifer, 7 or 290, now 2 and a half. 290, 2 and a half, 7 and a half, $3, now 2 and a half, now 5, now 5, now 7 and a half, 10, 312 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 2 and a half, 325, 7 and a half, 30, 2 and a half, 5, 37 and a half, 337 and a half, 335, EC 47, 7 and a half, 360 now 5, 360 on the money, 570, 580, 5, 90, 5, $4, now 5, 4, 5, 10, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 410, EC 36. Open cow. 7 hand, 133 now 4. 133 now 4. Now 4, now 4, mighty 4. 33 now 4. 34, 34, 4, 4, 34, 34, 34, 34. 133, Marty 25.
Backside of 15, 15.
Settle heifer, yellow ball face heifer. 7 and a half, 260 now 2 and a half, 260 money, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 267 and a half, 67 and a half, 7 and a half, 265, EC 61, sellable 260 now 2 and a half, 5, 65, 265, 555, 7 and a half, 70, 2 and a half, 75, 75, 75, 272 and a half, Nolan 29. Weigh 'em, 150 now 5, $150 now 560, 155, 160, 160, 165, 165, 70, 175, 175, 180, 180, 85, 185, 90, 190, now 5, 195, $2, $2 5, $2 5, 10, 210, 10, 10, 210, 210, 210, 210, 210, 210, 15, 215, 220, 220, 220, 220, 220, 220, 220, 215. Adrian, number 2. Adrian, number 2. $2 now 5. $2 on the money now 5. $2 now 5. $2 now 5. Got the money now 5. 205. 205 by the pound. 205. 205 a pound. Money on all of them. 205, 10, 210, 215, 220, 220, 220, 215, 20, 220, now 5, 230, 230, 230, now 5, 235, 230, Tom, 3, 7 here. 1. Okay, bad eyes on them. Watch your eyes. Watch your health. 120 now 5. 125, 30. 125, 135. 140, 145, 150, 150 now 5. 60, 5. 170, 5, 80, 5, 185, 190, 195, 195, $2, $2, $5, 205, 205, 205, 205, 205, 205, $2. Adrian, number 3. By the head here, by the head. 200, now 25, 50, 75, now 3, now quarter, now half, 3.5, 375, by the head, 400, $400, $400, $400, $400, $400, $400, 375 by the head, A. Number 2. By the head here, 200, now 25, on the money, 25, 50, 250, 250, 75, 300, $300, 275, 300, now quarter, 3 and a quarter, 3.5, 375, 400, 400 and a quarter, 4 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 and a quarter, 400 and a quarter, 400 and a quarter, 400 by the head, Jim Coleman. Jim Coleman by the head.
We only like 2 more. They must be bad off.
By the head, by the head. 175, now 200, now quarter, now half, now 2.5, 75, 300, $300 and a quarter, half, 3.5, 3 and a quarter, 3.5, 3 and a quarter, now half, now half, now half, 3.5, 3.5, 3.5, 3.5, 375, 400, 400, 400, 375, A2 by the head. And I guess that's it. That's all. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Be back next week for a bigger, better show. Yeah, yeah. Go get her. Yeah, it was dang. I had all these famous steer dogging horses back in the day. Everybody rode those horses. Sit there too long. Sit there too long. Sit there too long.